What up? How's it going, folks? Welcome back to another stream. We've got a showcase today and some bits of news that trickled down the road. How are we all doing today? And who's late? I'm not late. Mate, if you're calling this late, what do you call me normally? How's it going? We got Bags, we got Oyo, we got Soul. The Scales of Ghosties here as well. Cesano, Leaf, welcome one and all. Big Money Gaming. Hey, come on, Bullets. You wouldn't even reply to me on Discord. You got no right to call me late. How are we all today? Can't wait for this new gaming show at 4 every day. Wait. What gaming show at 4 every day? I'm doing good. Had a good doctor's appointment today. They took good care of me. So yeah, overall it was quite nice today. Came home, did some stuff. It's been a chill day. I finally give back all the equipment from work tomorrow, and my working chapter at this company after 15 years comes to a close. So I'm kind of looking forward to that. We did forget the music. I know, chat. I know. We're gonna go back to we're gonna go back and put the music back on. $4 minutes? 4 minutes? Come on, I'm normally 10. 4 is good. That means I'm improving. Thank you for that 6 months membership, bro. You're super tired? You did not reply to me. I see lies. I'm going back. There is no reply from Bullets. None. Wait. Apparently he didn't reply. I see no reply. I'm even gonna message him. I see no replies. See, there you go. And to answer your question, I've done all updates. Like, come on, man, you can do better than that. Trying to fool me. What? Oh, not you too, Susanna. Come on. By the way, I have a question for you guys. So with the showcase today, hey, so that was something I told you in confidence. Anyway, so when we go, when the showcase starts today, do you want it like this or like this? The new game will obviously be in full screen, so you're not going to see the chat. So I'll either be in the bottom left or on the left like this. How would you prefer it? Just so we've got some baseline to go from. This one here, number 2. Okay. Wait, number 2. I see first option. Okay. This is number 2. This is number 3. 2, 3. I'll even do. Wait, can I do a poll? I don't know if I can do a poll. Can I do a poll? Can I do a poll? I feel like I can do a poll. I feel like doing a poll is going to be useful. Looking forward to core Cooper update. Oh, is there going to be an update for that? Nice. Two, three. Okay, start poll. Vote away. Everyone vote. All right. Well, that's still got some time to start. We did finally get some update today on the Dev Direct. And as you can see, we've got Fable that will be there, confirmed. We've got Forza Horizon 6, which we knew was going to be there. But then we've got this game over here by Game Freak that's going to be on every platform but Nintendo. Yeah, that doesn't sound right, does it? Specsavers? Come on, mate. They'll finally announce the cancellation of... So, does anyone know what this game actually is? I suspect we're going to see more than this. I can't imagine it just being these 3 games. It's never 3 games, and the rumors were about 7 games that were going to be shown. So I kind of doubt it's going to be just this 3. But what other game do you think they're going to surprise us with? I really think Fallout 3 is going to be one of the ones that they kind of bloop into there. It still sounds weird, Leaf. You'll be seeing another one today? Oof. But for those of you wondering what this game is, it is this one over here. It is called Beast of Reincarnation.
はるか昔、この国に輪廻の獣が現れた。輪廻の獣は汚れを吐き、あらゆる生物を蝕む。
Look at that frame rate. In the year 4026. Ah, damn. 2,000 years in the future. At least the story beats look interesting. The Beast of Reincarnation. It's Xbox Play Anywhere, Game Pass, Day 1, Xbox Series S and X, PC, Cloud. Surprised they didn't add PlayStation 5 here, even though it is coming to PlayStation 5. Is it weird? What was wrong with it? That's probably something we should clear up before the showcase. Oh, this isn't the show. It sounded muffled. I wonder if it's because this was running. How about now? How does that sound? Okay, so you can't run the background music and the thing. Well, I won't be running the background music at the same time anyway. The background music is just for now. It was the background music that was interfering with it, I guess. So if I play it again now, you should hear the sound should again be muffled. Like when the guy was narrating? Where is he? Where are you narrating, Mr. Old Guy? Let me turn the media assets off.
西暦4026年、人類は滅亡を待つのみ。
There you go.
はるか昔、この国に輪廻の獣が現れた。
Rip.
輪廻の獣は汚れを吐き、あらゆる生物を蝕む。
So that should be a lot better. What do you mean you don't know? Yeah, it looks very Souls-like-y, which I'm not a huge fan. But yeah, the 22nd of January, which is a Thursday. It's in 2 weeks. It starts at 6 p.m. So we will be live a little earlier than usual, and I will be able to make it because I have no job. So definitely no excuse for that one. So good stuff. It is Souls-like. Everything is Souls-like. Pac-Man is Souls-like. Astrobot is Souls-like. Hades is Souls-like. You know, everything is Souls-like. Do you remember the kind of reboot of Sonic the Hedgehog? Sonic the Hedgehog 2006? Where you was battling the camera angles? The camera angles made it a Souls-like game. See? Exactly. See, Leaf gets it. Hey, man, that game was a nightmare to test. I saw people crying when that game was being tested. According to Jez and according to Microsoft themselves, that's not true, Mandalorian. Microsoft came out themselves and said that's not happening. It's not true. Jez's contacts also said that's not true. We'll see we'll see what happens in January. But honestly, does it really surprise you if more people are laid off? You know, a lot of companies are going to lay off. I mean, the place I used to work at, and we're a fraction of the size of Microsoft, laid off over 5,000 people, right? You know, I was caught in the crossfire, but we're a fraction of the size of Microsoft, and we laid off 5,000. Microsoft laying off 10,000 is nothing when you're looking at this whole corporate size. It's just the way it goes, man. January seems to be the hot time to lay people off because, you know, end of year numbers are coming up and it makes you look better than you are actually doing. But they're not going to be the only company that lays off. Everyone's going to start announcing layoffs. Look at Ubisoft. They unionized and then shut the studio that unionized down. Am I doing okay? Yeah, I'm doing fine. I just sleep a lot at the moment, to be fair. Like a lot of sleeping. I think my body is just finally, because I've been kind of just like non-stop working. It's just I think my body's just finally got into that cathartic state where it's like, okay, it's your time to rest now. You may rest in peace. Go with the wind and relax. And so I sit down. I'm really enjoying like the Good Doctor at the moment, watching a lot of TV series. Honestly, it's a massive change to the system. So my system is still trying to work it out. I'm still waking up at like 8:30, 8 o'clock, to as if I was waking up for work. But outside of that, he sleeps and hey, look, you did not respond to me on Discord. See, I even replied to you just now, and I still see no responses. I replied to you now. Where's my response? Watch Blood Drive? I will. Yeah, I said that and watched New Amsterdam, finished that. I binged that. And then I'm binging through The Good Doctor. I'm almost through season 2. Obviously, Stranger Things season finale sucked. Well, the whole of season 6 sucked. So that was disappointing. And it was even more disappointing that the rumored final episode that was supposed to come out wasn't true. I'm very disappointed in that one. Mandalorian, it depends how you go about using AI. Like if you look at Shift Up, they've openly said we are going to be using AI on all our games in going forward, and they have used it in the past. But they're doing it to do the mundane, rudimentary tasks, and then they have developers come in and do the more important tasks. But as long as it's used as a tool to help and speed things up, it's fine. But make no mistake, once AI gets to a point where it is self-sufficient, it is going to replace workers. It's going to, there's just no two ways about it. Like this CMS platform that we were using, I think it was called Salesforce. They essentially, you can have AI agents in there that literally replace people doing the tasks of timing stuff, releasing stuff, getting things set in a certain way, sending people the correspondence that they need at a given time. So depending on what you're doing, it is and will replace people. So, it's only a matter of time. But, it just depends how AI is used, really. Yeah, I already said nope to that, Steve. I already said nope to that because we all know that it's nope. Although I did like the cope today. Some dude was saying that the PS5 Pro is more powerful than a 3090. So they went from a 4090 to a 5090 and gone down to a 3090. That's some extreme goalpost movement. I did like that though. I did like that. How do you go from a 4090 to a 5090 and then go all the way back to a 3090? He's just doing his own thing. Have you seen the Kuro and Hoyo AI job listings and the drama? I haven't, but I just don't see why there's a problem with it. You know, I don't see why there's a problem with people using AI. More and more companies are going to use it, man, and people just need to get on board or just stop playing games. Although I will say that the latest update from Genshin was way better than Wuthering Waves. Wuwo dropped the ball with 3.0. Massive, massive drop the ball. I was very disappointed with the 3.0 storyline. I was quite poor. In fact, it was really, really poor. When do you think we could see Starfield news? I think Starfield may appear at the Dev Direct, and if it doesn't, it's going to get its own Dev Direct. So if it doesn't appear there, we'll see it in the summer. Hello. Hello, Grandmaster of the Knights of Favonius. You just spilled all my medication on the floor. It was at that moment you knew you fucked up. The 3090s, dude, the 3090 outperforms the PS5 Pro easy. Although, did they release a standard 3090 and then a 3090 of TI variant? I'm not sure. Because my 3090 Ti outperforms the Pro quite easily. I guess with the exception of ray tracing. The 3090, the 30 series just doesn't do ray tracing well at all. Because it's software. It can do it, but it hits performance hard. Would that first party game fail if developers I don't think we're in a position right now where AI can make a whole game. So if they decided to let AI make a whole game, it's going to be a train wreck. I know that's what Elon is doing at the moment. He set up a studio pretty much all from AI, and he's kind of set off his AI agents to try and make a game. But uh we're still years away from that being anywhere near viable. Lies. Lies, Steve. You mean it's better than any Gears game? Because we all know Gears is some AI trash. Oh. I think Fable will be towards the end of the year. It wouldn't surprise me, Brick. It would not surprise me. Do I see Ubisoft going bankrupt in 2030? Not at all. Not at all. I think Ubisoft is going to be fine. As weird as that sounds, I think they're going to be fine. I'm still playing on the conspiracy that they're doing this on purpose to get rid of Tencent. I'm glad you agree, Steve, that Gears is an abomination. You think? I don't know. I mean, it depends on what we see at the Dev Direct. Don't forget, this Dev Direct was probably filmed in November last year. So whatever we see here is probably like 3 months old, maybe more. So it'll give you a rough indication of where they are right now. Man, I've never seen a Gears fan advocate for Gears being delayed and then cancelled. Has anyone ever seen a Gears fan this dedicated to seeing it delayed and cancelled? I haven't. Wait, Sony's also doing. I see what you did there. You know what? You know what? That's a true pony right there. You had me in the first half there, Bruno. You had me in the first half, but not the second. I caught on to that. I caught on to that real quick. Goddamn pony. Over Gabe's. They said Fable needed a lot more work, and so they delayed it. What's going to be interesting is the issue with GTA 6. I think that's going to dictate what a lot of games do, right? I think GTA 6 is what's going to be really important. I mean, when we're looking at this over here, according to Jason Schreier, so you already know that it's probably bollocks anyway. PlayStation is the main platform for the game. It's kind of like a PlayStation exclusive, and I suspect that Sony is planning its entire calendar around GTA. So that's basically saying that they have marketing rights. But I just don't know if GTA is going to make it. I don't think they're going to make it in 26. They're already talking about delays and getting people ready for it. They're already planting the seeds of doubt into people by, saying they're not, at least in the office, they're not confident. They're more confident in the November date than they are the May date, but they're not confident that they'll be ready. And from what Strauss has said, they're going to take as long as they actually need to make sure it's ready. Because the reality is, if GTA 6 bombs and it doesn't launch in a really good way and it launches with problems and stuff like that, 2K is done for. That whole studio is done. Game over. It will destroy their share price. So the whole company's survival is resting on this one game being successful. Ah, Soul, I like that idea. Susano, no. Most games don't cost $2.5 billion to make. Most games cost around, 200 million, maybe 150 million. And if you're a Sony, 400 million. But GTA 6 has cost over $2.5 billion. If this game doesn't succeed, it is going to send the company into serious financial trouble. That's a lot of money they've put into this game. Star Citizen has raised, I think, about 800 million now. Fun game for what it is. Can Xbox compete with Sony and buy Valve, making it their next? I mean, technically they could, Mandalorian, but I don't see them ever going to buy Valve. I just don't see Microsoft being interested in that venture. What picture? I mean, the game has been in development for donkeys, right? It's not just been in development now, and they've probably got a lot of people working it. I mean, this is probably, I mean, it was at 2 billion like 3 years ago. DMs? What is wrong with you? Oh my god, you have some. Don't post that live. That doesn't need to be posted live. I will never hear the end of that. Apparently, what's his name? Paul Tassi was arguing with Grok the other day about all of this making females basically in bikinis and stuff. He was not very happy with it. Oh, that's right. What did end up winning? Oh, so you guys literally don't care. So you go 50-50. Okay. I guess I'll stick with number two. Oh, it was just a viewpoint on the actual when we go look with the showcase. No way. What's wrong with you? Oh my god. At least make it blue. Why pink? Why pink? That like goes against my whole religious background, which I have none of. But I'm gonna use it anyway just so I can make you feel bad. What the Lozano, what the hell is all this? I know, I agree with Gorsty. That's a long list. Ah, you see, Bags gets it. So we have a Call of Duty cross Fallout collaboration. Anyone interested in returning to Call of Duty for the new operators and skins and stuff? The Cube? What's the vote for? The vote was for essentially if you wanted when the showcase starts, if you wanted it to remain like this as you're seeing right now, or like that. It was just two viewports that I have for it. And so I was just asking which one you wanted it for. Oh, awesome, dude. Yeah, it's the new event pass rewards. They're going all in on the Fallout collaboration. Division's gonna be at this showcase. Oh, we're gonna see Division 3. Let's go! I could really do with a Division 3. Has anyone heard of Winhanced? Man, I still can't believe you done that. You don't have to do any work, Soul. You can be just like me. Have a good one, Soul. That picture you made. Now you owe me a 6000 series graphics card. Oh, that is really cool. All future ESO expansions free? I wonder why they went down that route instead of making it paid. I guess making it more accessible means more people playing. Nah, you're good, man. But yeah, now we upgraded from a 4090 to a 6000 series graphics card you owe me. Them's are the draws. By the way, has anyone seen this? I stumbled across it today, actually. I wasn't really sure what it was. It's an overlay of sorts. And it's supposed to, you install it as an app on any Windows handheld, and basically gives you a new interface. One that they're dubbing is the ultimate. And as you can see, it kind of splits everything up in power form. I haven't tried it, but it works with, everything. It even improves battery life, which is kind of cool while asleep. Gives you access to your performance, to your TDP entirely, which is, you can do it in incremental, unlike, Armory Crate, which only gives you set access to certain things. I mean, you can probably go into manual mode there as well. I don't know. It looks really cool, and it's just an overlay. It doesn't. It's not like a full on install. I only stumbled across this today. I might give it a try, seeing as it is just an application. Vital, yeah, you do. I mean, it's probably like £2 now. It's not a lot of money. Ugh. Man, how are you this bad, right? How are you?
Unreal. Unfucking real. All those bullets magically miss from point blank range. Unreal. Unfucking real. All those bullets magically miss from point blank range.
How? Hey, no way, man. Come on. No way. I am not that bad. I am not that bad. No way. No way. No. One second, chat. No, I am not that bad. There's just no shot. This is
Unreal. Unfucking real. All those bullets magically miss from point blank range.
magically. No. Hey, look. Minnie, come here. I wait to see this. So you play like ranked, professional. If someone of this caliber was on your team in a ranked game, how much would you rate him? How would you worship him as a amazing player? Because he said that what he said was that they were cheating.
Who was cheating?
The player characters.
Enemies or him?
No, the player character. Because he landed every shot, and as you'll see, he did. But would you accept him in your team?
Unreal. Unfucking real. All those bullets
If you didn't hear, he turned around and said he wouldn't even play quick play with him. Oh no. Oh man. Not even quick play. Nah, he went to the school of stormtroopers. You know? He graduated with flying colors from the school of stormtroopers. It's awesome. Hey, come on, man. Fine, droids. He made every droid proud. Come on, Minnie. You would take him on.
magically miss from point blank range.
No, it's more squared it down to show how many shots missed.
Unreal.
Wait. That's not how he actually plays.
That is how. Not in that speed.
I thought he was lagging. He wasn't lagging.
No.
I wouldn't even launch the game with him.
You wouldn't launch the game with it.
I would honestly give him a guide on how to uninstall the game.
A guide on how to uninstall the game. Those bullets were social. Yeah, that's Minnie. He was saying those bullets were practicing social distancing. Oh. Oh man. Okay. That one was good. Bullets were practicing social distancing. I think it should be streaming tomorrow. Bullets. And look, at least I am not that bad. Right? I think we can all agree that I am not that bad. I got it. That's even worse. That's cringe. The pre-show started. If you guys want to see it, they're just talking about this. Oh, this is cringe as fuck.
Neither.
Marvel Rivals.
Ooh, that's a good one. Like release Overwatch?
Arc Raiders or Escape from Tarkov?
Arc Raiders. Arc Raiders.
Arc Raiders.
Escape from Dukov.
Grand Theft Auto or Red Dead Redemption?
Red Dead Redemption. Red Dead Redemption.
Red Dead Redemption.
We are playing the cringe.
Red Dead.
Elden Ring or Sekiro?
Elden Ring. Elden Ring.
I haven't played Sekiro, but I'm going to go Elden Ring.
Both.
Dark Souls or Bloodborne?
Bloodborne. Guys, what should I answer? Dark Souls.
Dark Souls. No, I'm sorry, Bloodborne. Change my mind.
Would you choose which children you love more? Oh.
Arcade
That mind
shooters
carrying
or
people if
tactical?
that's the kind of game, but it's
Tactical
like not
shooters.
even
Tactical
somebody
shooters.
could carry.
Arcade shooters.
What?
Battle Royale or Team Deathmatch?
Battle Royale. Battle Royale.
Battle Royale.
Baldur's Gate 3 or Expedition 33?
Hey, I am not that bad. I am.
Baldur's Gate 3. BG3.
The snow,
Expedition 33.
mate. We had a
Baldur's Gate.
blizzard over
Witcher
here.
3 or Cyberpunk?
It was like
Witcher 3.
less than 1
Witcher.
millimeter of
The
snow,
greatest game of all
and it
time.
lasted
Witcher 3.
for
Both.
about 45 minutes.
Witcher.
Skyrim or Fallout?
Fallout.
It was still enough for me to get,
Fallout.
a small snowball and throw it at the wife. So
Ooh.
I'll take that as a win.
Morrowind and Fallout New Vegas.
Mass Effect or Dragon Age?
Mass Effect. Dragon Age.
Mass Effect.
Oh, Mass Effect.
Outworld or Pokemon?
Pal World. Pal World.
I don't want to get a cease and desist, so I'll say Pokemon.
Power World. Depends. Vaporeon? No, don't put that.
Okay,
Don't
that
put
was good.
Super
That was good. I
Mario
don't want to
or
get a
Sonic?
season desist.
Super Mario. Super Mario Bros.
Super Mario.
No, Sonic.
Sonic.
Destiny
Hey.
or Warframe?
Did I think I was the only one that's actually
Warframe.
logical?
Destiny 2.
Warframe.
Diablo or Path of Exile?
Did you kill me? Nah.
Exile.
Diablo.
I put the snow down her back.
Do that to me. What the
And then run off.
hell? Oh, man. Diablo is my childhood. Path of Exile is a lot better now. Ah.
Breath of the Wild or Ocarina of Time?
Ocarina.
Breath of the Wild.
Ooh. I have a long story about Ocarina of Time. Pass.
Ocarina of Time.
Roguelikes or Metroidvanias?
Metroidvania.
Roguelikes. Roguelites.
Metroidvanias.
I love both. Roguelite? Metroidvanias? Castlevania.
Achievement hunting or multiple playthroughs.
Multiple
Playthroughs.
playthroughs.
Multiple playthroughs?
Achievement hunting.
People who only play games for achievements are so low on my totem pole. What was this? Sorry.
Achievement.
This guy is based.
Or multiple.
Guy is
playthroughs.
based.
Multiple playthroughs.
All right, you're good.
Sorry.
Assassin's Creed Odyssey is a fantastic fantasy RPG.
Old school RuneScape is the greatest game of all time.
Lies of P is a better video game than Bloodborne.
The RPG category is so broad to the point that it's meaningless.
Mouse and keyboard is easier to be good at than controller.
The Horizon franchise is very mid.
A battle royale would
Oh,
not have
shit.
saved Halo Infinite.
A battle royale would have saved Halo Infinite.
Multiplayer games are held to lower standards because everything you do with your friends is fun by default.
If most of our favorite games launched today, people would call them bad.
Hideo Kojima writes dialogue like an alien trying to convince everyone else he's a person, and it's bad.
Early access is good for video games.
Arkham Origins has the best written story in the Arkham series.
Nintendo is held to different standards than other companies.
Marathon is a more fun
That's
game
not a
than
hot
our
take.
players.
PC or console?
PC.
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 Console.
PlayStation or Xbox?
PlayStation.
PlayStation.
You suck.
PlayStation.
You suck.
Your mom.
Mouse and keyboard or controller?
I guess they suck too.
Mouse and keyboard.
Mouse and keyboard.
Depends for what.
Controller.
Single player or multiplayer?
Single player.
Multiplayer.
Single player.
Single player.
Competitive or casual?
Competitive.
Casual.
Casual.
Next.
Call of Duty or Battlefield?
Battlefield.
You bastard. Battlefield.
Call of Duty.
Ugh.
Counter-Strike or Valorant?
Valorant.
Counter-Strike.
Counter-Strike.
Apex or Fortnite?
Apex.
Fortnite.
I can't gritty with Master Chief and Apex, so we'll go Fortnite.
Whatever.
Overwatch or Marvel Rivals?
Marvel Rivals.
I
So
kind of
neither
want to
can I.
play Marvel Rivals a bit
From
more.
Iowa.
Either.
I haven't
Either.
played it in a long time.
You could say if you pronounce it either way. He said
Neither.
Marvel Rivals.
Ooh. That's a good one. Mmm. Like release Overwatch?
Arc Raiders or Escape from Tarkov?
Arc Raiders.
Arc Raiders.
Arc Raiders.
Escape from Dukov.
Grand Theft Auto?
Duckov! Come on, Escape from
Red Dead
Duckov was
Redemption.
awesome.
Red Dead Redemption.
Red Dead Redemption, Arthur.
Red Dead.
Elden Ring or Sekiro?
Elden Ring.
Elden Ring.
I haven't played Sekiro, but I'm going to go Elden Ring.
Both.
Dark Souls or Bloodborne?
Bloodborne.
Guys, what should I answer? Dark Souls.
Yeah, it's looping now.
Dark Souls. No, I'm sorry.
We've got
Bloodborne's
2
wrong.
minutes before the showcase starts.
Would you choose which children you love more? Oh.
Arcade shooters or tactical shooters?
Tactical shooters.
Tactical shooters.
Arcade shooters.
What?
Battle Royale or Team Deathmatch?
Battle Royale.
Battle Royale.
Battle Royale.
Baldur's Gate
You'll be
3
fine,
for Xbox
Susanna. You'll be
3.
fine. We can just mute this now until it
Baldur's Gate.
starts. Ah. Microsoft is partnering with PayPal. We're teaming up with Microsoft to power their launch of Copilot Checkout, making it easier for shoppers to discover, decide, and complete purchases in one place. Okay. Okay. Look, I don't I don't care about AI. They just need to stop shoving it down our throats at this point. Everything we read now is AI, and I'm just sick of it. I did, yeah. You guys still want to hear it?
Warframe.
Diablo or Path of Exile.
It's
Path
just
of Exile.
looping now.
Diablo.
No, you can do that to me. What the hell? Oh man. Diablo is my childhood.
I guess we've got 1 minute, so I'll
Exile is a
leave
lot
it.
better now. Ah.
Breath of the Wild or Ocarina of Time.
Breath of the Wild.
Ooh. I have a long story about Ocarina of Time. Pass.
Ocarina of Time.
Roguelikes or Metroidvanias.
Roguelikes.
Roguelites.
Metroidvanias.
I love both.
So apparently there will be a
Roguelike?
secret fourth
Metroidvanias?
game at the developer direct.
Castlevania.
Achievement hunting.
So you're going to see the
or
3 games, and then there's going to be
Multiple
one
playthroughs.
secret game.
Multiple playthroughs.
Achievement hunting.
People who only play games for achievements are so low on my totem pole. What was this? Sorry.
Achievement hunting or multiple playthroughs.
Multiple playthroughs.
Welcome, Nene.
Sorry.
All right, here we go. Here we go, boys. All right, this is going to be amazing. This is going to be the best showcase we've had so far this year. This is the New Game Plus showcase. Forty-five new games, trailers not seen before. Where's the lies? This is going to be the best showcase we've seen this year so far. This is the first of its kind, Susanna. Leaf, that doesn't make what I said any less true, though, does it? Infinite, I am seeing your post. Did you post anything else? Ah, sorry, I didn't see that. I was looking at. I've got 2 screens, so I've got this over here and this over here. Is Gears not 2026? Gears is definitely 2026. I mean, I agree it was all AI before. AI has been there at the centerfold,
Showcase.
but
New initiative
I just
built
hate
by
the fact that
creators
they're
who love
shoving it
games for
down
what
your
they
throat
are,
now.
and not just the games that pay to have them promoted. First up, I'm Hunter. I'm normally behind the camera across gaming and esports events, and I work on social accounts for a ton of different games. My favorite games of all time would probably be RuneScape, Dark Souls 3, Leaf Green, Black Ops 2, and Star Wars Battlefront 2. Then we have Jake Lucky.
Is the
Now to
audio
point
okay,
where
guys?
Gaming, esports,
Or do you want
and
it louder?
streamers collide. If you look at him for too long, you'll start to wonder why his neck is so long, and if you look at his Twitter for too long, you'll wonder how much Nadeshot paid him to tweet clips of him every single day. His favorite games of all time are RuneScape, Age of Empires 2, Halo Infinite, Jumpstart Adventures with Bodley, and CSGO. Next up, Luauty. A streamer with a hatred of spoons and a love for dragon sex, Lua probably has more personality than the rest of us in her pinky. Her favorite games include Baldur's Gate 3, Cyberpunk 2077, XCOM 2, Witcher 3, and Mass Effect. Then Luke Stevens, the mind of a critic with the heart of a fan. Luke breaks down games through their DNA and really looks at everything a game has to offer. Where our brains might be smooth, his is nice and wrinkled. His favorite games of all time are Elden Ring, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, Last of Us, Witcher 3, and Batman Arkham City. The fifth and final in-person member this year is I Am Rob.
Yeah,
Rob
it's a game
came
show.
from the hell of making Call of Duty videos to the other hell of platinuming games. His favorite games of all time are Witcher 3, Halo 3, Batman Arkham City, X-Men Legends, and Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. Not to be confused with Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 or Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 Remastered. Then our final member is
Oh,
Blue
look,
Feather,
he
the man
actually
who is
has,
always spotlighting the next hidden gem
two
before
different
anyone
channels,
else
one for
sees it
streaming
coming.
gaming and
He
one
just had a
for
beautiful second
content.
child that luckily takes after his wife, so he's not here in person, but was a major part of the showcase. His favorite games of all time are Resident Evil 2, Silent Hill 2, Elden Ring, The Last of Us, and Metal Gear Solid 2.
Together, we're pressing into how we think game showcases should feel: conversational, authentic, and transparent.
We are here to celebrate what actually excites us: incredible worlds, creative devs, and stories behind those games that we love so much.
There's no paid placements, no marketing scripts, just pure passion and excitement for what's coming up in game.
You can expect a wide range of content, including new trailers, fresh gameplay, developer interviews, behind-the-scenes content, and even some updates to your favorite games.
So sit back, grab your drink of choice, and let's dive into some of the games that we think are worth your attention. This is the New Game Plus Game Showcase.
What do you mean,
Also, who
Infinite?
picked the name?
New Game.
It's a working project.
Wait, what's the name of
New
it?
Game Plus shows the showcase.
New plus
of-
the game plus the showcase.
Have we trademarked that yet? Because I don't.
Oh, God.
Well, we have cups.
We
That's
already
most of
got the cup.
Sick name.
it. The cups are done,
We
dude.
might have to cut our losses.
There's no changing it up.
Cheers.
Perfect.
They said there's going to be no riffraff, no useless stuff, just gaming. So where's the gaming?
All right, guys, so first up, we have three awesome games. We have Blind Descent coming from Owlcat. We have Deep Dish Dungeon coming from Behold and Raw Fury, as well as an exclusive interview with the Don Walker creative director.
All right, here we go. No, not interested. Look, I got grounded for this. I don't need anything else. Grounded is just a better game. This is as big as the... I told you to build it. That shit's never getting done. Oh, no, that is not my job. We had an agreement. You know, the more I see of this game, the more I'm not interested in it. I don't know why. But the more I see of this game, the less I'm interested.
A Dawnwalker is like a special kind of being in our IP. It's neither fully a vampire nor a human. It's something in between. What this means is basically that you, as a Dawnwalker, you have underwent a transformation. You used to be human. And now, during the nighttime, you do get all the powers and the difficulties of being a vampire. So you get the blood craving and so on. But during daytime, these powers are dormant and you still have to eat. You have all the weaknesses of a human, right? But also the perks of being human. One of the things that is unique to humans in our IP
I get that,
is being
Infinite.
able to use magic, casting spells. The Dawnwalkers are not very commonplace in that IP. They are very, very rare, rarer than vampires. So you as a Dawnwalker are kind of special in this regard. I would say the short-term things that have immediate impact on the character development are you have to feed on, either animals or humans on blood suddenly, right? So you get these cravings, you get these like weird, eerie experiences that you didn't have as a human. Francis and his clique of vampires actually caught him on his low point when he was vulnerable. He has used a specific traits of vampiric blood in order to cement his position in the valley. Because, as you might imagine, having a bloodsucker as your lord might be a tough sell. However, if the alternative is getting sick and, dying in thousands, actually it doesn't sound as such a horrible thing. He tries to kind of distort their religious beliefs in order to install himself as a savior of the valley. We do explore this in the
I think so,
game.
Infinite.
So you might see, like, for example, statues erected to Francis.
They said that it's going to be game after game after game and no talking.
And in the castle and so on. There is this whole cult of personality he builds around himself. So he basically shows himself as something better than the old order, right? We do have a mechanic tied to shrines that are erected across the valley, and Francis puts a lot of attention.
Yeah, but they
to
promised a
kind of
non-standard
twist them to his own
showcase.
image, and these do have a functionality. When you play the game, we have assigned specific functions to them. Generally speaking, one of the things we wanted to achieve in this game is to have Francis being this active antagonist. In a lot of games, the antagonists are out there to be defeated, but generally speaking, you have free reign, you do your own thing, and it doesn't really, change much in how they approach you. In this game, what we wanted to do is to have Francis react to your actions as you complete different activities throughout the valley, as you maybe undermine his operations and so on.
It's kind of like his seal of approval.
Exactly. So it's like, so basically the way you can think about it is like the more you do in the valley, especially
This
if
ain't
you
3.5
undermine
hours.
Francis, you will gain notoriety.
You guys
The
are
more
kidding, right?
notorious you are, the more edicts Francis will pass in order to thwart you. So, for example, he might send out more soldiers to patrol.
No way is this
roads
3.5
and villages,
hours.
right? He might, in some extreme cases, maybe even initiate a lockdown of the city to basically hamper your ways of traversing it, right? There is a number of these edicts we have prepared, and each of them is designed to kind of twist and change the general open world gameplay. It also has benefits. There are factions in the valley that dislike Francis, so the more notoriety you gain, the better standing with them you get, like they actually like that. There is a number of plot lines that you can follow if you want. You can also cut them off because we have added these systems where, for example, you might lose control over Cohen when he's a vampire if he was hungry. You might kill off some important NPCs and then the plot line just cuts off basically, or you get some alternative version. There are some ways to enter the castle in the open world. You can ignore these side plot lines. You can level up Cohen and decide to attack the castle on your own, right?
Out of curiosity, is there romance in the game?
Romance, yes, of course. We do have romance options, yes. We didn't delve deep into like with whom yet.
Okay.
And I'll leave that for the future to talk about. However, yes, you can expect to build relationships with characters. Like I said, there is like one main goal, very varying ways to get to it. These different ways that you pick will impact, what happens with Veil Sangora in the end, and it's all up to you. And I think,
Was
I
this
really
already
recommend
done in
experimenting
like a
with this stuff and
different,
having fun with it.
like, was it at
First one, Blind
Summer
Ascent,
Games
Martian,
Fest?
survival, co-op, adventure.
Gives me Subnautica vibes, and in the best way possible. I really like it, but like more with land exploration, which is really cool. I honestly can't wait to try it.
we're also going to see a lot of survival games today. So I think it all comes down to what the ultimate depth of the game is. But I also, my first thought when I saw Martian land was No Man's Sky. That's obviously like maybe a reach for expectation wise, and then definitely a tall task. But when I heard Martian, I thought No Man's Sky-esque.
Like you said, a lot of survival games, but I think it's popular right now, and I'm hopeful that a lot of them do it right. But this is like going underneath Mars and has aliens. It looks interesting. I like it.
I'm intrigued about the variety of ecosystems and aliens and plants that they bring up.
Well, like
That
you said,
wasn't
it's
my
popular right now because
thing.
people like
That
them,
was-
and so
yes.
they share a lot of things mechanically. But for me, it's usually the vibe.
That was
This one
their
has
stuff, Freezy.
A vibe.
Yeah, it's a good vibe.
That's why I wonder how that gameplay loop goes. Like, how far down can you go? What kind of biomes are you experiencing as you continue to go down? And like you said, with survivals, we see like a lot of the same loops. So how can they?
Are there trees you can cut?
Yeah, like again, we're going to talk about it a lot, but if you can cut a tree down, I'm good for survival games. I'm like
At that point,
I'm the target audience.
I am not the target
Then we have
audience.
deep dish dungeon, co-op dungeon crawling, a survival game, handcrafted dungeon. You gather resources, cook to strengthen your party. You can party up
They
with friends.
openly
I'm
lied,
excited
man.
for it.
Speaking of vibe,
They said
this
there was
thing
going to be
is a
none of this
vibe.
riffraff.
Like, I don't know what
It was
you'd
going to
call
be
that art
45
style,
trailers
but
that we've
whatever it
not
is,
seen.
like, injected into
Kinda
my
I've
veins.
seen at least
It's like
two of those
pixel art, but then they
of the
also
three that
have,
they've shown.
like, some
And they
voxel
said there were
type
going to be
tech
none
for
of this
digging,
dialogue
breaking through. I don't
happening.
know. Whatever it is, I like it.
It was just going to be games,
Okay, so
games,
when Luke
games,
said
games,
voxel-
games.
That's big word count number one of the day. When
I
I see
agree
that,
with
I'm very
Steve at
basic.
this
I'm like,
point.
that's got to be some
We
form
need
of
a black
pixel art,
stripe.
which is definitely coming back. I feel like we're seeing more games kind of pull back that old view, that old like Minecraft pixel
I
art,
agree,
whatever you
Aya.
want to call it, voxel view.
I will be honest with you guys. While you guys are talking about pixels, I'm thinking I hope I can kill my teammates in funny ways. So sure, we'll go with the pixels.
Yeah, we were watching the trailer together, and the first thing she was saying was like, "Hey, how do I kill those I'm with?"
I mean, I have to imagine it's a dungeon crawling game about cooking in the dungeon. Surely you're going to be able to accidentally poison yourselves.
Do you
know?
think
Like,
you can get like bad?
Honestly, we've
ingredients
seen
on
3
purpose
games
to
in
murder
16
your-
minutes.
I bet you're,
Oh my
are gonna have to, I bet you're gonna have to find out.
And I will
I wonder, though,
comfortably
with it
say
being, like,
in that 16
dungeons,
minutes,
like if they're gonna have
2
an
minutes of it
in-game proximity chat
was
kind of
actual
thing.
game.
It's one of my favorite things in games like this.
14
when you're, like,
minutes
walking
has
through and you can
been
hear
them
your friend off in
talking.
the distance. I wonder if they'll do something like
The lethal
This is
company,
extremely
yeah,
disappointing.
like,
It's not like you're gonna hear them screaming.
like screaming.
friends for sure.
Yeah, like at
Me
least
and Jake gonna be in their edition in that dungeon.
Hey, Calandros.
like at least a co-op. He's across the world. I'm like, Rob, you there?
I'm dishing, baby. I'm dishing.
I'm dishing.
Making
Can you
dinner.
bring the carrot?
What are you making?
Lasagna.
Yeah, no, but it looks very promising though.
Next up, we have Dawn Walker. Lua had a crazy conversation with her creative director. Single player, vampire, RPG. It looks
So it looks
incredible.
like
I think
every
the 30
free
day
games
system is
they
awesome.
show,
Like you said, gives weight to things.
they are going
And
to
then the
actually
whole-
talk
like,
about
there's
it.
so many decisions you can make.
What I find really interesting about the game is that Colin, the protagonist, is half vampire, half man. And even though like all of that sounds great by itself, there's even another layer where at night, of course, he can use vampiric abilities that he doesn't get to use during the daytime. His combat's different. He's not using a sword, he's using claws. And then in the daytime, of course,
See, the
there's
problem with
NPCs
this
walking
is that
around,
if
and
we
there's,
just didn't
you know,
hear
patrols
the
going around,
developer
that
actually
aren't there at
telling
night,
us
and there's different ones
what
at
the
night.
game
So
is,
And you can use magic.
how
because
it's
you
played,
can
and what
use
they're
magic
doing,
as a vampire.
Yes,
that would have been
basically
fine.
what
But
they're
these
trying to
guys are
do
literally
is
just
to not just have
repeating
the
what he
time
said
element of
for the
certain
past 10
actions
minutes.
to take it forward, but also whether you're playing in day or night, quest lines play out completely
Yes.
differently because people are in different spots.
That's
their behaviors are
literally what the
different.
guy
This person may be
said.
asleep, so you can't talk to them.
Have
but
different
somebody else is there.
abilities.
Exactly.
Well, The Witcher 3 is my personal favorite game of all time. So, and this is former Witcher 3 developers working on this, and so much of that charm was prevalent there.
The music.
The music, just that soundtrack in the short little snippet we saw there, I felt it.
I love that simple separation between day
No
and night
one
and different
felt
things coming
it
with your
because no
character.
That's
one
gotta be like the
cared.
best part of it.
Yeah, because it's got to probably tailor to your gameplay of like I
Not
gotta
being
wait to
funny,
make this
but you-
choice during the nighttime
that-
versus during the daytime. Where I
They
can use
almost
certain
killed the
abilities
game
or
for me.
different combat styles.
And now
I
you
love
guys
that
are
part
making
of
it
And
worse.
so I could foresee a run through, like a play style where you're playing only at night for missions. You're just doing stealthy vampire stuff, and you're eating people or you're drinking blood rather, not eating
But
people.
they're
I
just
don't know.
saying exactly what
But,
the guys
you
said.
know,
I
the dark
There's
run
no
through versus
nuance
like
there.
the light run through in the daytime. The vegan run through. The vegan run through. Which has one of those vegan
sped run. Don
yeah, vegan achievement.
Sponsored by Beyond Meat.
Ain't no one a
The
vegan.
fact that they revealed a little bit about more Brinsis, the Overlord, is also a system. He really talked a lot about systems that they have not spoke on yet at all, and didn't with us either.
Like the edicts. As you go around the world trying to find your information, you can side with different people, and depending on what you do, you can make the Brensis quite upset. So he
Steve,
can
you're
start
picturing
making
Salma
laws
Hayek, aren't
and
you?
rules
That's
to
what you're doing. You're
stop
picturing
you from
Salma Hayek.
progressing in a certain way.
I also like that Brensis as an antagonist is not just like pure evil.
I have
all
not.
sorts of horrible stuff. Like he is helping the,
Any
like,
reason?
people in some ways.
I was gonna do it after
in
the
order
show,
to,
which I
you know,
thought was
get
gonna
control of
last
them,
an
but he's
hour.
like curing them of the plague.
But
Like,
I can
he
do it after
offers
midnight.
them something they aren't getting elsewhere. So he's doing bad stuff, but there's nuance.
And that typically makes for really, really
Yeah,
good stories.
Harder choices to be made,
perspective, and never a clear cut good or bad.
Yeah, because I bet you there's gonna be a moment where it's
It's
like
one
you
of
could
the
stop it,
charms.
like his influence in an area. That means they're gonna die of the plague. So it's like, do you let the bad guy do the
I'll
thing
say
that
this
you were
though,
trying to
Brick.
stop him to do, or
And it's also about
The Torres
perspective.
entrance
These people
at
were
the
ruled
end,
by a very tyrannical leader before.
I suspected
so
it,
even
but
though
man,
Prince is a vampire to them,
that was
he
crazy.
may
it's
as well
worth it.
be a
Yeah.
savior, right?
That was crazy.
For the next section,
I wonder
we
why
have
the Traveler was the
three,
only one
again,
not
I'm
affected
gonna have to
by
not say
the
incredible
time
games
freeze.
every single time, but we have Prologue, Go Way Back from Player Unknown, Beautiful Light from Deep Worlds, and Project Shadowglass from Starhelm Studios.
Trailers! We got trailers!
It's just an infinite map generator with some game loops on top of it. So you have a survival loop, which is pretty hard. Get to the weather tower, we give you a map and a compass and not much else. Some basic survival mechanics, and it's a game against yourself more than anything else and kind of the decisions you make. Then we also have just objective survive, which is just see how long you can last in the world, and free roam for those that just like a hike. The differentiator, or the thing that makes a difference, is that we can generate essentially infinite maps of 8x8 scale. Like, we have a map editor in the game and stuff like that, but we want to be able to give you the ability to give a deep link to someone. So I can just send you like a HTTP link that starts up the game, loads a map and a seed.
I
and
feel
can
like
share
it's going to
stuff
be
I've
the
built
last time they
with
ever do
you
this
with
show.
just a link, right? So it's kind of, Go Way Back is just, it's a technological experiment that, or proving some technology we've developed. It's no longer an experiment, it's in production, so it works. But it's also going back to my love of survival games and those kind of emergent, just, I'm not giving anyone missions to do, it's just get there, and how you get there is fully up to you. Basically, if you play the same seed, you get the same weather, I'm pretty sure you get the same cabin layout, and you maybe get the same loot. So you and 4 friends could technically race to the weather tower, and so you get there first because you have the same conditions. And while we don't have multiplayer yet, you have this kind of asynchronous multiplayer that, as long as you can share the seed with people. And I thought, wouldn't that be a cool thing for events?
Actually, that's
where you
a
have
good
16
point.
streamers and see how long they can survive in objective survive mode, right? Or see who can race to the weather tower quickest, or we can set up the weather just to get progressively colder and see who lasts the longest. There's a weather tower on top of one of the higher points on the map. It's generally the other side of the map. We do have prompts now that tell you what to do in the world. But yeah, there's some simple survival mechanics.
What
Keep
the
yourself
hell?
warm,
Just
keep yourself
flag.
dry, light fires, board up windows, keep your body in a good temperature, get across the map. And we don't tell you where you are on the map, except when you find a new map in the world and it updates your position. You're left for basic navigation. It's kind of set in the 80s, so you don't have digital GPS, stuff like that. I want to make sure that the worlds we're generating have enough depth.
Bro, the
that when we
YouTube
add
chat is
story
full of
and
crap.
mission and quest-based content, that the worlds feel like coherent and real enough that it makes sense. Like, I want to have pathing. I want to have like infrastructure, like telephone lines, this kind of stuff. So the cabins aren't just random cabins. in the
Steve, I
forest,
would
that
assume
there
it's
seems to be
pre-recorded. They're not
some,
gonna
like, you know, logical
get everyone
placement of
perfect
stuff in the
timed
world.
in for
And once we have
discussion.
those in, then we can more easily go, well, okay, you need to connect all the substations.
But it is like live at the
bring
moment.
power to the weather tower so you can get a message or go and do various things. Right now, there's a bunch of cabins, and there's survival mechanics, but we want to add a lot more depth to the environment. Preface is a tech demo. That I always said I wanted to release a free tech demo of the engine we're building, and that's what Preface is. And the kind of poetic thing is that my last game will be Preface, because it'll just be a visualization of what's possible with our engine at that time. And it's more like Minecraft Survival, that it's an example of what you can do with the engine, and it'll be open source and free for everyone, so you can do whatever you want. So having this kind of digital space, like an internet in 3D, I don't see anyone working towards that. I see small bubbles, but I don't see anyone really trying to do Earth scale terrain with millions of people. And that's kind of the bigger goal, and that's why we've broken it down into 3 games. The aim is that you should be able to do anything from 10 by 10 to 100 by 100 with 5v5 or 100v100 relatively easily and not have any problems. We will build maybe an Earth scale terrain, maybe smaller, with hopefully a network layer that supports showcase. That will be kind of a survival.
It's literally nothing
game. But again,
but
that's
a
just
round
one layer of the world. Like I want you to be able to just jump around the world and see what's happening. Because you should be able to see, like, I think if you want to interact with the world,
game showing,
there should be a layer of survival you have to do, or a
this
layer of
is
gameplay
not
in order to kind of
was
leave your impression
promised.
of the world.
Quebec Charlie to Quebec Romeo Foxtrot. We got your location report. We are monitoring you in the operation zone. Good luck. Over.
I swear that was Windows XP. Well, if I don't talk, then you don't know what I'm typing on social media. I wanted you guys to know what I'm posting. Hey, I'm not grandpa. Oh, yeah, anyway. You get anything for Code Violet yet? No, but I did get the game. I got the first game that I'm going to play through. Beautiful light.
In a world where pixels were once only 2D.
Absolutely, I am.
Now,
if I'm going to suffer, you're all going to suffer with me.
Oh, I'm just with you. I'm Dominic John, the dev behind Project Shadowglass, a 3D pixelated RPG that's a love letter to classic immersive sims like Thief and System Shock. This video is a series of prototype rooms that I've been working on some of the core systems in. No art, no assets will be generated by AI. This is all human-made, hand-placed, made by me and artists like me because we love what we do.
You know, I always wonder who these games are for. AA games have a hard time selling. These games kind of fit outside the
all the audio
range of pixel art,
going to be 3D,
but also out of conventional
simulated.
gaming quality.
This orb is going into the left ear and the right ear, but as I change the size of the space, you can hear the character of the sounds change. And if we go around the wall, we can still hear it coming from the opening in each ear. Actually launched the Shadowglass Discord today, so
already,
if you have
what the
any
fuck has he done?
ideas or suggestions, or just want to follow along, feel free to wishlist
Don't.
on Steam. I hope you enjoyed this sneak peek on how things are coming along. Thank you so much, all the crew at New Game Plus, for having me. Be well, my friends.
Oh God, the PlayStation community is going to absolutely destroy me.
To start with, Prologue, go way back, another survival game that we're seeing, and we were talking, it's a bare bones survival game where there is no common enemy. Your enemy is the elements, where you just have to try and survive and make it to that point. So if you guys don't know Brennan Green, he not only was behind the Battle Royale mode of H1Z1, which we talked a long time about, he was also the creator of PUBG. So people have a lot of faith in him and what he calls his 10-year plan. And he talks about his ultimate goal being he wants 1 million players on a server. He wants the internet to be made 3D and for all of us to actually truly be able to play together, which I know is a crazy transition from us talking about a survival game.
Single-player survival game?
Like we want to cover their survival game because I love survival games, and they're going to be branching out in this game for the next few years until they have multiplayer, until they have weapons, and they have PvE and animals to fight against. But it's also part of a much
Also,
bigger
story. He mentioned.
No, there's no news about it shutting down.
Things to do, yeah.
Yes.
That's got to be like the most ambitious, one of the most ambitious projects out there right now.
Yeah,
I mean, it's crazy to
What's so
think
funny
about.
about him is that he's like, yeah, I want like millions of players to be playing together.
Hey,
on, like,
Grandma Dad.
but you know, not to undersell it.
Shoot for the stars, brother. Shoot for the stars. No one's done that yet.
Next game we talked about was Beautiful Light by Deep Worlds SA. That's a PvPvE tactical extraction shooter. There are 6 3-person squads, and there's also a lot of anomalies and monsters and stuff that we saw in it. Looks like I'm going to be scared.
It looks very scary.
I mean, I appreciated that it was very immersive. Like he had the sort of Pip-Boy looking thing over there.
Yeah.
And speaking of big words, I actually looked up what that's called. It's called diegetic UI.
Oh, did you say diegetic?
Diegetic.
Thinking the same.
Diegetic. Write that one
We're
down.
all
Write that one
thinking
down.
of that word.
But it's really, really cool in games like this, especially because it's like hyper immersive. There's no UI popping up being like, oh, attack incoming. It's just, no, you are in the moment, you're in the game, listen around you, look at the thing on the character itself. I love that.
So you can play as a monster,
Yeah.
or as
Oh, really?
You can play both.
or as the soldier. Is there controller support?
I don't know. Great question.
Duality, she just threw up in her mouth.
I have nothing against controllers, but I believe there's a right time for mouse and keyboard and a right time for keyboards. And he believes that the right time for a controller is when you're playing shooter games.
Just
It's
one game on
obviously
my.
better than mouse and keyboard is better for that, but not for him.
I would edit my
Is
own
there a
YouTube videos.
game running on
Yeah,
my?
he said that
That's
earlier.
how passionate.
Which is a patently insane thing to say.
Yeah, then we have Project Shadowglass.
Voxel art. I really enjoyed the
This is Starhelm Studios. It's an immersive sim. We've all seen it. I think it went viral from that AI post. There was like an AI post that looked just like it, and then he was like, "I'm making a game like this. It's not AI."
I looked up the video because he has a YouTube channel where you
No,
can actually
there's no
see kind of
games running
behind the
on there.
scenes. And when that clip of the AI generated art went viral, he saw it and thought like, I didn't think anybody wanted this. I was just like, it was a fun side project. And then he saw people wanted it and thought it looked awesome, and he put it out, but it's real.
Well, we talked about it earlier. There's a desire for stuff like that. The more simplicity, kind of retro feel.
It feels like.
Mate, do you know how much harassment I'm going to get from that picture that he posted?
Like he's working on the graphics, the basics.
You got
the
people like
music,
James
and
already posting
as,
shit
like, they
about
have
me,
a
calling
bow
me a
and an arrow,
pedophile and
and
stuff like
hopefully
that.
as they work on
That
the
is
project,
just the ammunition they needed.
They start feeling what it will grow to be, what kind of game it will develop itself into.
Yeah, my understanding is right now it is just
Bring it on, I say.
Shadowglass, and it's going to eventually become like a video game, but right now it's just kind of proof of concept that the art works, the crazy math behind it works, and like it can grow to a game, but it's certainly very, very
Well, I wish him nothing but success.
Yeah, he seems like a.
because
There
it
is
seems
no
like I
Pixar.
just love a good passion project. You can tell there's a lot of heart in that.
And I feel like I initially, like everyone else, why I went so viral,
Yeah,
I got
a long
attached to
time
that
ago.
same artwork. But then when he further explains and shows you some concepts that you weren't expecting out of a game with that artwork or that design, when he's showing that you said the R6 lean in there. And
Oh yeah, that threw me off. The little bow
Yeah, it's like,
behind. I was
whoa.
like, is that
Oh,
a
no.
Rainbow Six
you threw that,
Siege?
you threw that in there, and then of course they got the wall grapple, and then with the whole audio design as well. I mean, I'm deaf.
I
in my
remember
left
seeing
ear.
that clip that went viral. I remember seeing it. I was like, wow, that looks incredible. Like walking
Share
up to
with
the
the
castle.
class. All right. Oh, the Expanse.
This
That's a
section
good
we
one.
have three what I would consider kind of sci-fi games a little bit, but we have Aphelion from Don't Nod, which we have an incredible look behind the scenes of the music with the composer themselves, as well
No
as
one
the Expanse of Cyrus
cares.
Reborn from Owlcat. If you're familiar with the Expanse, super exciting, and also Distant Shores, Brittany.
This is like a totally weird, different game to what Don't Nod normally make. Don't Mod is the team behind Life is Strange.
My name is Amin Wafa. I'm a film music composer, and I am the composer for Aphelion, the video game.
And it
I'm
looks
having
really
a
interesting.
from Talal,
I'm
saying
actually
that
quite
he loved
interested in
the
this
score of
game.
Summit of the Gods, and they are working in a new video game, and inviting me to come to the studio and to meet the team. It was very important for me to understand how the music would be interactive. So how to compose, how to write music that would be interactive, with models, with stems, with separating the different elements, and at the same time, how could the music, how the structure of the music would be an evolving structure. It was very important for me first to have the story of Ariane and Thomas, like that the log line is the story, both of them. So there is a theme that conveys this emotional relationship between them. And then the frozen aspect of the music. I mean, for me, it was very important first to feel the cold in the music, to feel the wind, to feel the ice. It's an instrument that had been invented by the Bachet brothers in the mid 20th century. For me, it looks like an alien instrument. When you see it,
I don't know,
you
man.
not even predict that it's
I want to see
a
Expanse though.
musical instrument. To play the instrument, you need
Maybe
to
they'll show
get
some
your
good
hands,
new gameplay for
in
Expanse.
water, and then rub crystal buttons that are in this metal structure could convey this frozen identity of the score, and at the same time having this magical sense of in the score.
Hey, Chris Strolls, we're supposed to be watching a video game showcase, but I don't think that's what it actually is. I think it's just a really, really, really extended developer direct
It could be very soft, it could be
that
very aggressive,
doesn't really show any gaming at
large,
all.
it could be intimate. For me,
I'm
it's
just
planet.
kind of
Planet
trying to
could
see
be
if there's.
very welcoming and suddenly very, how to say, very dangerous and very sacred at the same time. So
Okay,
so
so
the
Destin
organ
says
could be this, could
the
give
New
this
Game
majestuous
Plus showcase
feeling
is
to the
happening now, and for the first outing, they have absolutely crushed it. Amazing work.
I'm so happy to write the music for Aphelion. It's the first time for me.
Is
to
he
write
shilling,
a video
or
game
is he
score.
just doing that
And
on
it's,
purpose?
a lot of fun and a lot of passion.
For the first time, I can say that he is smoking something that I don't know what is, because there is no way that these people have crushed it. Expand.
We had some discussions at the early stages of the production, to be honest, whether to go fully class system or something else. And again, we started with sitting down and lining up what are possible ways that the player might perceive the game. The power fantasies, how he can express himself in combat. So he might want to be a sniper, might want to be a hacker, maybe an engineer, something else. As we designed those play styles, we thought how to mix it up a bit, how to let player to experiment with what he encounters during the game. So, for example, when he finds a neat shoulder cannon, as we've shown in the announcement trailer, even if he's a sniper, he might want to experiment with that. Why not? It fits the universe, it fits the playstyle. He might want to see how it works. And so we decided why not to give him the possibility to do that. That was the idea behind the playstyle. So playstyle is basically the starting preset that kind of gently guides you towards the certain direction.
We do, Greymanad.
Power fantasy.
What is that going to jam?
How you play the game.
And apparently, the fourth secret game is supposed
to commit
to be from Activision.
So again, it's an important part of the choices system. You know, if you just can
or connected to
Activision, that kind of makes your choices less important. So at some point, you need to stick to particular guns, particular gadgets, and you just build around them. We give you some time to experiment, but you will need to commit. During the character creation, you will have to choose between three major factions, your origin. So it will be either Belter or Earther or Martian. Facial customization, appearance, you can choose your body type.
So you will be playing as a Pinkwater mercenary with different...
the only thing I've heard, Leaf, is that
you will have your sibling
connected to Activision. And the word green.
A little bit different because they're their own person.
I don't really know anything else outside of that.
These events
I couldn't work out what is green and Activision.
Books, I think you will start on Iris and witness basically the events from a different angle, and this part will be to some degree shown in your character creation.
Every companion should belong somewhere in the universe, and they have their own background consisting of their faction and their
trust me, you're
probably
going to be happy or late.
Struggles. All this stuff will influence how they perceive the situations player encounters. So in every major plot event, they will have their opinions. They might hint you towards some decisions. They might provide you some assistance.
That's because it came from Colt Eastwood.
Crucial contexts
for the original 7 game claim came from Colt Eastwood.
Support, maybe. Of course, they will have their own stories, their own struggles, and you can choose
they definitely have
to help them. Or
the actual game looks really good.
Stories,
I just wish they showed us more of the game rather than this guy talking.
Companion. The choices you make for those companions also will matter in.
But what would that have to do with
some
green?
Of them will have romances, and you can see on our background companions.
Perfect.
We cannot say who is going to have romance, but there will definitely be romance in our game.
It's a small crew on the small ship. You know, the Expanse, it's a universe where everyone flies in very tight spaces for a very long time.
This has
there is a
very much Starfield vibe.
Crew as well. We have a few layers of the combat system. First of all, it's obviously the gunplay, a few classes of weapons.
I like it, Leaf.
You can use.
I like it.
And mostly you do it from the covers. So it's a cover-based gunplay game. And the second layer of the combat system is that's your abilities. That they might be more like offensive ones, maybe something like a grenade or a shoulder cannon, or maybe something more defensive like a shield or maybe a protective drone. A lot of gadgets.
I'm kind of hoping a remastered Fallout 3 drops.
And as Julia mentioned, there are some play styles that are mostly focused
would be good.
on using your gadgets rather than using your weapons. Third layer, but still very important, that's obviously your companions. They have their impact on the combat. they have what we call combat opportunities. That's particular situations when you can order your companion to use an exploit in the arena, in the environment, to gain a certain advantage in combat. We decided against, the management, the gameplay
That's
part
coming
of
later.
the survival stuff. So you won't be counting your gallons of reaction mass or how much water you need to recycle before it dries out. Nothing like that. But still, the expansion universe is very dangerous. So in terms of narrative, the survival will be a part of the game. You will have a tremendous enemy. You will have a lot of very dangerous situations that you will have to get out somehow. There will be a lot of will in terms of your player experience, just not as a particular mechanic. You will be able to fly around the solar system.
Nice.
You will be able to visit various planets. We mentioned it before that we have Luna, Mars, Ceres, Io, and some other cool places to visit. And some of those places will be like major social hubs where you can just walk around, meet other people, drink at the bar, shop for better equipment and stuff like that. So you will have plenty of places to go and to visit and to look at. The expansion
So basically,
is
Star
cruel,
Citizen.
and some characters might die because of your choices. Stay tuned for more. We'll show more very soon. We have something cooking. I hope you will like it.
Welcome back, Aaron. We trust your flight was smooth. We've landed you on the outskirts of Genyak Island. Stay alert.
I mean, Star Citizen technically is released, right? The sandbox is playable.
Brother, you said you would
You're
visit me
referring
here,
to
but you
Squadron
never did.
42. That
Look,
should come this
bygones
year.
are bygones. Just find me in the West Zone. I'll be waiting. Sometimes I dream about what's under the ocean. A distant shore, waiting to be explored.
I mean, this looks cool. Not for me. But the puzzle nature of it looks cool. This reminds me of that those weird climbing games that people play just to torture themselves. Basically, IO, yeah. Man, this is a really. At least they're showing gameplay. Hey, isn't that Bendy?
slipping boats on the faucet.
I think the trailer has overstayed its welcome.
To be sick. It's a wonderful way to be free.
Wish list on
Let's start
Steam.
with Pavilion.
My understanding is it's a dual protagonist game, so you'll actually be swapping back and forth as they sort of work together. And I'm sure there's parts where you're separated, parts where maybe you're together, working together.
Very emotional story.
There's so much
world.
potential for stories like that. The dual protagonists, seeing
feel
it
like-
converge in the end.
You know it's going to be an emotional game, especially when they put so much emphasis in the music. I
Yeah.
feel like music is a tool.
See, here's the thing I don't get, right? These
catalyst
guys,
emotions. So
when they
it's
were
definitely
talking about
We
the
were actually
showcase,
talking about that earlier
they
today,
said they're
music and
going
video.
to correct the
Not just video
thing that
games,
people didn't
art in
like
general, and
with
media.
traditional
music changes
showcases.
It changes everything.
from a game.
And
being
so
a
they
good
doubled
game to a
down on the
memorable
things that people
game that will
didn't
stick
like
with
with the
you in a long
traditional
time. So-
showcases.
And Donut has a
That doesn't
pretty
make
storied
any
background
sense to
when
me.
it comes to narrative games, whether it's like Life is Strange or like one of my old school favorites, Vampire.
Why would you
Like, they
double down on something
try
that you
different
know
stuff,
people
weird
don't
stuff
like?
even sometimes, and so this is exciting to see them doing something.
They were
different.
using the super alien music instruments. So
Yeah. What was it called? Is that
The Crystal Bachette.
Crystal? But
Oh, you're talking about the
This
hand
is
one?
so
Yeah.
bad. I'm
You're
losing
really into
subs.
That's like the only
I
thing
kind of
you
want
took
to
away.
try it, honestly.
I mean,
How do you discover that technique of like, oh, that makes that, yes.
this is an award-winning composer of the Summit of the Gods as well. So what I find super impressive is just, I feel like people sleep on music so much in games, and then you see behind the scenes of this entire, like, they're in a famous church in Paris playing the organ.
actually has been a blast to see video game music evolve during the years. Like video games has some great music. Like
It's one of those things when it's working, you like a lot of time you don't think about it. When music is really good,
all
in a
you're
game,
thinking
you
about.
don't really think about it. But then when it's exceptional, like an Expedition or like the Witcher vibes, you know, then you really remember it. But a lot of the games you play, you probably don't look up the soundtrack, even though the game is pretty good. You know.
Ironically, my
Because if they
Spotify
made
rap
this
this year was
part
like
from
mostly video
off
games.
the show, no one
I
would
think
watch
there's
it.
often correlation though. Whenever a
I mean,
developer
it should
does
still
take
be
the
an
music
after
very
part,
seriously
after thing, right?
in a game, it
I'm
often
sure,
reflects
I'm sure
in
they're taking other parts
it
out.
reflects in every other. I mean, think about it. All the games that have, like, you think about the games with the best scores ever, like you just said, The Witcher 3 or whatever. I mean, it correlates to everything else, every other aspect of the game. They take it seriously. So
Another sci-fi game that is probably one of the most anticipated sci-fi games for a very long time is The Expanse: Osiris Reborn, which is from Owlcat as well. It is a third-person action RPG, obviously set in the Expanse universe.
The Expanse is a book and it's a show, so they're taking inspiration from both, but at the same time, it doesn't require previous knowledge of either for you to be able to enjoy this. In this game, you're going to be living more or less through what happens in the show. However, from a different perspective, from a different side, with your own group of people, with your own environment, that you get to make your own choices.
I think an important thing to frame all of the Expanse game with is that coming from Owlcat,
There is
they are a
no
studio
way
that did,
that
like,
they are
Rogue
going.
Trader, for example.
Maybe
Their
the
bread and
front
butter
is loaded with
intense,
gritty
gritty narratives with
you know,
unbelievable levels of role play depth and choice. And
maybe the front
consequence,
is loaded with the
complex systems
interviews,
that interweave, and so seeing
and
them go into this,
the later part
which is
is
of course
not.
a third-person cover-based shooter with many RPG
Definitely a new
mechanics.
road.
It's a different road, and I asked him about that in our interview, and was like, "How did this happen?" Because typically they do sort of an isometric thing, and they just said when we decided we wanted to tackle the Expanse, it required that cinematic flair, and that's what they tackled, and they're doing a phenomenal job. That, I mean, the game looks beautiful.
it looks very interesting to me. It looks kind of like Dead Space meets Gears of War,
It's
kind
more
of
like Mass
gameplay wise.
Effect,
Yeah, Mass Effect as well.
The choice and the reputation you have with your companions will change, because your companions, they told us, will disagree with some of the stuff you do. They'll get upset or
They will have their
pissed
own
about it.
opinions.
They'll have their own opinions, and they also, one interesting tidbit they mentioned was that when you are making choices in the game, they're not necessarily going to tell you if that was a big moment, if that what you just said to them is going to seriously affect this thing over here. It will, but that's all behind the scenes.
Third game was Distant Shore, Brittany. This is what went viral as almost a portal with magnets, and I think it looks like a lot of fun.
It's such a unique concept. I could see it being big time.
You know,
Like,
it's
it
one of
really
those
is.
games like you didn't know
you wanted, but then you see it. You're like,
Boring.
Oh, that
Who
looks like
doesn't
part
like
of my brain.
magnets?
Yeah.
Like we've
Yeah,
seen
very
versions of it before, but with everything it combines, because it makes everyone think of a different game when you see it. Because we've heard Half-Life, we've heard Portal. I thought of Only Up during some parts of it.
Yeah, it had Only Up.
And other
I thought
puzzle,
Mirror's Edge a little bit with like
Yeah.
the parkouring, wall moving stuff.
See, it makes us think of so many different things at once. So I think it's gonna do.
Just
really
watching some of that gameplay, I could see the rage already.
well. Oh yeah, the boss.
I think that's funny.
Oh,
I don't know
yeah.
any of these guys.
Well,
Neither
and
do I.
I think it's also
Not
really
a single
cool that
one.
they have boss mechanics because like you can tell it started with the idea of using magnets to like manipulate the environment, but then they're like, okay, well, we could raise the stakes, take it
Still
up a
the
notch
best
with these boss
showcase.
fights that are
Because it's the
organic
first
in
one of the
space.
year.
It also
It just
mixes up
means that
because
the
it's
one
not
that's
just
coming next
puzzle game. So there is
can't
more
actually
to
be
it
in the
and
world.
more that you.
Yeah, there's a world that he.
They have to do a lot.
It's more than just a puzzle game. Like there's a narrative.
Exactly. Like they could have just stopped with puzzle game. I think a lot of people would have been perfectly happy with that.
The
But
next
then they
showcase
go and
is
build on that
just
with
not
story,
air at
boss
this
fights, all
point.
sorts of stuff.
And it'll
Yeah, if it's not
probably
just reach a
feel
destination or do
better.
a final thing, but it's actually a narrative, like you said, that's really cool.
I think it's one to keep an eye on.
Yeah.
Next up, we have two very exciting updates coming from Obsidian, that being some updates for Avowed as well as Grounded 2. We also got exclusive time with them and had some interviews, which were very
Stop
exciting.
the interviews.
Avowed is a Obsidian first-person action RPG set in the world of Pillars of Eternity, where the player plays as an envoy sent by the Emperor of Adir to the Living Lands to investigate a mysterious plague that's kind of spreading throughout the lands, causing chaos, and you play as the envoy trying to figure out what's kind of going on down there. Do things that affect it in positive ways, negative ways, or in between type of ways, with that type of choice and consequence. In terms of, the post-launch things we've been supporting on it, like we've gotten a bunch of abilities added to the ranger and fighter trees to kind of more fill it out comparatively.
I don't get it, man.
The wizard tree aspects about it that are like arachnophobia mode, that was like a big community requested feature, as well as, changes to progression, improvements there, gear improvements, and as well as bug fixes and crash fixes.
And you can play now as the different species.
Yeah, we've added different species.
Yeah.
The Amauin, Orlins, and Dwarves are now playable. A lot of our decisions we make are revolving around the player community, so we work, really closely with our community management team. We get like a spreadsheet, kind of see what the things that are bubbling to the top. Like an example, like quarterstaff, something where just we wanted to feel like more like a wizard, right? That kind of wizardy vibe, as well as playing as Orlins. Like I think players just were bummed that we didn't include that in the base game. So I mean, it really comes down to like the time and what the community wants, and that's kind of how we decide to go about it. Yeah.
We notice like players really role play their characters in the game. So
Avowed
we
is a
always
good
want to give
game.
them as many options as we can to like
It's
customize their
been
features or
kind
character.
of mocked a
you know,
lot
to
for
kinda
no
have this
reason, in my
fantasy
opinion.
in this world. As they journey through the
I don't really
story,
understand
we just
why it
wanted
was,
to give
but,
them as many possible
I think it's a good
options as we
game.
can to really make the character they want to make, and just make it just their own. Stuff like all the playable races, we discussed it early on and about. It's something to both previous Pillars games had. It's a lot of work and a difficult thing to really nail down, especially in Avowed with its
But the thing
parkour
is, right,
systems
this
and
game came
its
out
combat
last year,
mechanics and all the
February.
weapon types and stuff like that in the game.
Everyone knows
are,
about it.
different
They
races
don't
are
need
different
to do an
sizes, they're
interview
different
to
shapes,
talk about what the
they're
game is.
a
No one
very
cares.
unique game experience when you play as each one of them in a first-person game specifically.
Mhm.
So it was something like new to Wrangle for Avowed. We had no time to finish it as we're making Avowed, and now we can give it to the players, so it's a more rounded experience compared to the original Pillars games. It should be a whole new way to play the game. If you pick an Orlin or an Amawa, it makes you feel completely different in the world, especially if you use third person or first person. It changes it again, how you feel and present in this game. So it's pretty awesome that we can finally bring that.
New Game Plus allows the player to bring over all their abilities, all their equipable gear. It does reset it back to level 1, so it's not like you're just outright OP basically,
Mhm.
but you'll have the end game gear with all its like enchants to be able to just start the new game, as well as we have like modifiers on
I just
enemies
feel like
that
there's
kinda,
just too
you know,
much.
either make them more resistant to some of the elemental types, or you know, modifiers that make them more resistance to being stun locked or hit reacted. And that kind of gets sprinkled in kind of somewhat randomly throughout that new game plus experience to kind of get that added challenge, but also let the player still feel somewhat like they're accumulating their abilities over the course of multiple playthroughs. So.
We notice players like to take photos of their envoys, but it's very difficult in the game. You have to get the camera just right to get a certain distance from the character, or capture the shot in a conversation when you see your character. So this allows you to really get into it and capture some awesome shots or some scary shots, depending which way you're going.
We're super excited to announce that Avowed's finally going to come out to PS5. Pre-orders are going to be live today. You know, keep an eye out on our socials, and we'll announce when the store page is open.
That's the big announcement.
Grounded 2 is a survival game. It is set in a gigantic city park. You play as a teenager who has been shrunken to roughly the size of an ant, and you just have to survive in this environment with, you know, insects that are the size of a bus, and figuring out how to eat and get some water and fight those bugs and craft new materials and new weapons. As you go and gain in power and get over those initial survival challenges, you can sort of get into the story of what has really happened in this park. A number of huge updates planned for the park. This is the first big content update that we have. We've been calling it the winter update. It's really about adding in this next big chunk to the park. And that comes with a lot of things that are very, very exciting for us. With this winter update, which is the community garden, is attached right to that early picnic area. On the map, it's just to the east of it, behind the gigantic statue of Tully and Burgle. This was our opportunity to really start delving into a brand new biome with everything that entailed. You've got a vegetable garden, you've got a greenhouse, and you've got a pumpkin patch. All of these introduce a lot of new and different types of artwork and places for the player to explore. And then, of course, then we need all the insects that go in these areas too. And so a ton of new insects that are in there. As I love to say, all of these insects, you know, you can fight. Maybe they're docile and you can attack them. Many of them are aggressive and will attack you. And regardless, you fight them, learn their tactics, and then eventually turn them into fashionable attire and new weapons.
Going to a new biome, a new area in the park, allows us to fully lean into what makes the park unique from the backyard. And for us, that means that mixture of really organic structures as well as that man-made touch, that this was designed by humans at, you know, human level.
Wasps are coming back, which are a lot of fun to fight, but can be kind of annoying. Again, this is a survival game, so so excited about those things coming back. Black ants are also coming back too, and like with both of those, you get sets of armor and different weapons that you can craft after you've defeated these creatures. We're more excited about the new creatures that are coming in the garden update though. So we developed a brand new creature in the cricket. The cricket is pretty big. Again, this is the size of a large bus probably.
At least it's not a spider, right? I can deal with crickets.
Fun. It can also, of course, jump very, very far. It has its own armor sets. It has its own weapon or weapons that you can craft based upon it. And then the same thing for earwig. We actually have two.
Did you miss anything, Susanna? No.
A ranged earwig and a melee
Although,
earwig that tend to travel around together to thwart the player with their strategic
Expanse was good.
opportunities. Again, you can turn those into armor. Of course, turn them into your base furnishings. You can turn them into weapons. And we think they'll offer some exciting and unique combat opportunities.
We really want Grounded 1 players to be excited to see these creatures again, but also to be surprised and delighted by the changes. You know, just like we did in the picnic area, we've revamped the combat. So that means even looking at the old legacy creatures and going, okay, how do we make them a part of the system? How do we make them challenging in this new dance? How can we leverage our systems to make them more interesting? And so hopefully there's a couple of twists coming, even with the old favorites, that will keep veteran players on their toes and will surprise and delight new players.
We have a brand new buggy,
Yeah.
the Ladybug buggy, which you'll be able to get and raise and hatch, and then ride around in the yard. And we're pretty excited about all that stuff. Like, I think all of it is coming together.
Of course,
just really
Cobalt.
well.
Did you
I
expect
think
anything
every
less?
single Grounded player from Grounded 1 at some point jumped on the Ladybug and let it transport them around. And we often joke that that was the original buggy prototype. And there's something so iconic.
I heard
about
Man
the
United didn't
Ladybug
lose
and
either, so
getting
that's a
on it
plus.
and wanting to ride it, that it felt like an inevitability for us. But what's important for us whenever we do introduce a new buggy is we don't want it to just be another one or just a horse, you know? And so it really boiled down to what can the Lady Buggy bring to the table that the other ones weren't? What can make her stand apart and bring a utility and an experience to the player that the other buggies aren't? How can we carve out her own little niche in the game? She's the tank.
I mean,
she's,
wouldn't a new
you know,
game?
the one who can
What do you mean by
get into
new
those
game
really
announcements?
tough fights and withstand those large
Hey, look,
swarms.
Man
of
United
insects.
without a
And that's
manager
where the
is
idea
better
of
than
the
Man
water
United with
cannon on
Amarim.
her back,
Yeah.
and you know, players being able to shoot at their enemies, and that ended up, you know, providing a ton of gameplay opportunities and a really unique experience. Being able to shoot down the aerial insects that are often a bit more challenging and a bit more frustrating for players. Well, now you have this, you know, ranged weapon that you can take them down with that feels super satisfying, almost like an anti-air gun. For us, as soon as we crack that, it felt like, okay, there she is. That's her niche. And now it's just about bringing that experience to life and finding moments in the garden experience to really highlight that and let that shine for the player.
At least I said it from
So
ages
you
ago,
saw
right,
Avowed,
Ghosty?
great interview that you did over there. We see now that we have New Game Plus coming. There's a photo mode, new weapon type,
I
changing
love all the
appearance.
100% Cobalt. I mean,
resets, you got new
it's just the way it
races,
is,
which
right?
features, yeah, Lua will have a lot of fun with.
Yeah, they're doing a lot, and I mean the game, of course, launched earlier this
They should
year.
get Michael Carragher. Not Michael Carragher.
Very
Oh, what was
yeah.
that?
And
Who was-
they're doing these
who
free
was our,
updates now. And
Michael-
so they also
Eric.
are adding New Game Plus, which adds a whole new reason
should
for you
get
to go
Carrick.
back through the game. So the game is coming to PS5.
We got another one.
We got
the Avowed Platinum Trophy was insane.
Here we go.
They did not give a release date.
Yeah, but it's coming and it's available for pre-order as of this
Right
show
now?
going live. So right now, so check it out. And when I talked to them, they were saying how important the community is to them, how they've listened to a lot of their feedback, like adding arachnophobia mode on Grounded.
You say, Luke, if I'm scared of spiders, what do I do?
Yeah, there's arachnophobia mode. But they like that's kind of their driving force is looking at.
I mean,
the
according to
community,
this
what
guy,
the
it's
community is
going live
saying,
right now.
communicating, like, hey, we'd like more species and more customization.
Check on your
options
Xbox.
in Character Builder.
You should be
Okay,
able to,
we'll do that. And it's just really nice to see them
if there's
do
an update.
that. They could put it in a paid package, but they're not. They're just, you know, it's a labor of love, and that's.
I really like how, as you're going to a New Game Plus, you can also change your character's appearance. So you keep some of your skills and stuff, but if you are tired of how your character looks or you want to do something new, try a different race, you can do that by just going to New Game Plus. You don't need to go back to the beginning.
Besides that, we also had Grounded 2, which is bringing the Garden of Brook Hollow Park that is now going to be open. So it's a new biome. They have new creatures, new tools, a new mushroom brick material that you can build more stuff with, and also a new ladybug buggy.
A lady buggy.
For those of you watching, it's a play on word.
Allow me to
Ladybug E, because you can mount it and ride it like a buggy.
Yeah, and speaking to listening community, they also take a lot of feedback. This is a game that launched back into early access back in July, and so this is a major winter update is what they're calling it, and it was heavily requested to have more types of transport, which they're still planning more for the future that people can be excited about, but they always listen to feedback about, you know, should an insect be an enemy? Should an insect be what they call, you know, is it docile or docile? I'm from Iowa.
Whatever you
Tomatoes,
prefer.
tomatoes.
Yeah. Different insects can be friendly, some can be enemies, and then of course they can also treat them now
This
as
is
transport as
awful.
well.
As a showcase,
I'm
this
not
is
looking
awful.
at you. And so with this update, they're doing this throughout a lot of the timeline, and like they're going to give you a lot of these big updates, and you're going to be kind of surprised of like when it first released early access, there was still plenty to do. It was a survival game, but if you were a fan of Grounded, the original, you knew they were still going to have a great winter update for you like this. And so they have a lot on their roadmap, but because of the way the game is oddly like scaled down, you know, it's from Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, like the way it's shrunk down, they have so much they still want to do and will be doing for a long, long time.
Well, and that cricket,
Yeah, the cricket thing looks
that thing's
terrifying.
horrifying. It turns around and like
You're like, wait, what's he doing? What's he doing?
Spreading. I gotta give them credit. Like Obsidian's been so crazy busy. Like the fact that you can put out 2 pretty sizable games in 1 year and a bunch of updates for it.
And it seemed like they were cooking something huge, right? Because
Yeah, they just had Tim Kaine come back out of retirement. He's one of the creators of Fallout back in the day, and he
didn't he also was some of the original creators of Vampire Bloodlines?
I agree, Susanna.
I think he did.
I think so. Yeah.
Yes.
He's,
They are trying
kind of
way
a
too
legend of
hard.
the industry. He in 2020 went and started doing consulting work with Obsidian, but he was, in his words, semi-retired. But he's actually gone back to Obsidian to work full-time in office, moved to the studio
Great.
on some project that's unannounced, and he said, "Don't bother guessing. You will not guess it." So, new IP, something crazy. Who knows? But they are
Or
busy.
he's trying to throw us off.
It's hard to not
Obsidian is
see, like,
making
whole
New
purpose
Vegas.
Fallout stuff.
Confirmed. You heard it
You
here.
know, the TV show
And if it
being
isn't true,
excellent
well,
and,
at least I tried.
everyone itching for more Fallout. So
Next up, we have 3 fantasy RPG games that are looking very cool, as I would say. This is going to be Outward 2 from Nine Dots Studio, a follow-up to their other survival game, Outward, obviously. We have Baron's Call by Titan Rock, and then we also have Dragon Twin by Draconic Interactive.
Hey, Steve, rewind the stream. YouTube allows you to rewind it so you can hear what it was saying.
Some kind of special superhero or the last child from a prophecy. You're just a dude or a dudette. And the reason why we are downscaling who the player is because they want to be immersed more than they want to be powerful. And that was the big change in our approach. And we made all of our design decisions to be in alignment with this vision. If you were just a regular person and you wanted to think like a human would, but in a fantasy world, it's when you are aloof, when you're just like, that's not so dangerous, I've done it before. And that's when life just snaps back at you, right? In real life, that's like that. It should be like that in the design.
Is that
as
a
well.
joke leaf?
So one gigantic thing is the character creation. In Outward 1, like we had very ugly.
All those faces look the same.
And we didn't have a lot of options. You know, you had like 3 skin colors, a handful of faces, a handful of haircuts, and that was it. It feels like really drawing yourself into an RPG. You choose a background, you choose traits, you have a very granular system to modify and customize your character to your liking. One of the big thing is you choose one of 3 starting locations. So as a regular person, what just
Here's the thing, right?
Drawing yourself
At
into
the best
danger?
of
How do
times,
you become
I
an
find it
adventurer?
difficult to stay
Well, we
awake
have 3
at the
different
moment.
quests, depending on which city you choose. So if you are in Simeon's Bastion,
This is not
you
helping.
are a homeless person, you're desperate. In Tramontaine,
This
you
is
are
not
a
helping.
miner and you're trying to like improve your status and your quality of life. In Haboob, you are just a clerk who just bought a
This
house.
is
What
arguably
could
the
possibly
worst
go wrong?
showcase
You know?
I've
And
ever
very
seen
mundane
in my
situations,
whole
like you're not
life.
special or anything,
In
but
fact,
something
I will
special
go as
happens
far
to
as
you,
saying
and then you have to live
that
up
having a
to the
showcase
situation.
cancelled
We want a weather
and
system
not watching
that
anything is
very
probably better than
dynamic.
this
So now we
showcase.
have a year-long calendar with
As of right
seasons,
now.
and you just go through all that. So it's going to be winter, and then it's spring, and then summer, and does change.
I don't think
like,
you can beat
stuff
anything
what kind of armor
will
you need to
come
wear.
close in the
Dual
next
wielding is
10 years
gigantic. So now
to how
you can
bad
combine
this
anything
actually
that
is.
goes in one hand, and that opens up a lot of possibilities. In Outward 1, you had
Dustborn
your offhand,
is
you
a
only had
gold
certain
mine
amount of
compared
hand,
to
and you had
this.
your main hand.
That
Now
is
you
an
can just
absolute
interchange- You
gem.
can have 2 shields if you want. It sucks. I don't recommend, but you can. Of course, like just visually, and the fact that it's much more lush, it's more filled, it's more visually vibrant. That's going to be something that people will notice very quickly. Just like in Outward 1, we have
Grey
these skill
Fox, you
trees,
missed
and
nothing.
all
This
those
is
skill trees have
awful.
some exclusive skills.
This
You
is
take
just
one, you can't take
bad.
the other, and
There
you
is
had a maximum
nothing
of
but
3
talking.
breakthrough points. So there's only 3 skill trees that you can learn from to the maximum of the capabilities. Otherwise, you have like the first few layers of skills available. One thing we've added
I will
are the
send you to
attributes,
Jesus.
points, the core stats.
I
so
will
strength,
send you to
agility,
Jesus. Don't even stop.
constitution, willpower, intelligence. We added those. We're gonna track a lot of different things that you do. They're all
Nah,
gonna have, like,
Concord
different
is
thresholds.
way,
So
but
let's
you know,
say you dodge attacks.
even Concord
successfully
is
a
better
number
than
of
this.
times, you unlock a node that will give you a passive trait and increase your agility. So very small incremental changes. We start with very simple things, and it expands us in more
It's
and
funny
more
because I know the
circles.
context
So
of
you
why.
won't be able from the very start to unlock all 3 skill trees just because you have the cash to do it. You will have to have experience. You will need
It's funny 'cause I
to
know why.
practice the life of danger in Ori to be able to understand.
It'll be like
get to
Gandalf.
the next
You
level of this
shall
Other
not
than that, well, I think it's
pass.
important to note that all 4 regions are new regions, so it's really just completely new environment to explore.
Today, we're going to be taking a deep dive into our upcoming action RPG, Varen's Call. The world of Leda is entirely shrouded by darkness on one side, while scorched by endless sun on the other. These incredibly hostile areas are known as the Forsaken Realms, which, as you may have noticed, is the name of the universe we are meticulously crafting. Your first steps
The
within
Dev
Forsaken
Direct will
Realms
show us
take you to the Vale
gameplay.
of Varen, a city on the brink of collapse, and the first of our narrative-focused adventures. You'll step into the boots of a lone mercenary, seeking to answer Varen's call for aid, and maybe earn some gold and glory along the way. It's clear that Varen needs a hero, and every hero needs a way to slay the countless fantastical beasts they'll encounter. Varen's Call aims to cater to a wide range of playstyles, offering you the freedom to combat the unknown in a variety of ways. Whether you prefer to be a nimble-footed archer, flinging fireballs between
Why is
arrows,
this showcase so
or face
shit?
your foes toe-to-toe as an axe-wielding whirlwind of death, the choice is yours. The game's classless system means you're never locked into playing a specific way. You have the ability to adapt, alter, or
Nah,
completely switch
Fable's on the
playstyles midway through
22nd.
your adventure. Unlock and spend perk points to obtain new skills and abilities, and level up your mercenary's core stats by gaining character experience. Hidden chests throughout the world will reward you with a range of weapons, armor, and unique trinkets, some providing unique effects to help you gain an edge in your next combat encounter. The local hamlet of South Vale
I like how
acts
these
as a hub,
developers, and I don't want
a
to
safe
sound
space
rude,
that
right?
provides various
They're
amenities
so
for you to
excited for
further
this
develop your
game,
character.
but the reality
Use the
is they'll be
Forge
lucky to sell like
upgrade the
5
weapons and armor
copies.
you find throughout the world, and the dismantling bench to deconstruct items for materials. The spell crafting table can be used to increase the power of your magic. Everything from an area of effect freeze attack that stops the enemy in their tracks, to ripping up the ground from underneath their feet with destructive force. Use the trap making bench to upgrade and unlock new traps and gadgets. A nice complement to your arsenal, allowing you the opportunity to catch your enemies off guard. And finally, the alchemy cauldron. This can be used to custom brew a multitude of mixtures, from replenishing health and restoring stamina to curing yourself of nasty status effects. These concoctions are sure to aid you on your journey. Okay, great. So you've equipped that shiny new helmet, purchased that slightly overpriced magic spell you always had your eyes on, and upgraded that new polybuster barrel to the volatile variant that has even more boom. You're ready to get back into the fight, but maybe you want a change of pace. Yes, you're supposed to be the hero and save the city, but heroes need breaks too. Besides, there's a whole world to explore, and quirky characters from all walks of life need your help with their problems.
Then you've come about the job.
You
No
might
one
find yourself
cares.
involved in a murder
No one
mystery,
cares.
helping a local peacekeeper catch the criminal behind the death of her beloved friend. Or maybe you're on a mission to rid Varen of the Gnomi scourge that plagues the city, all because a crazy guy in an outhouse called you a hero?
I know the truth!
Maybe we should stick to the main task at hand after all. Varen's Call is soon to release on PC with full control
I think
support,
this is Outward
with the
too,
aim of
yeah.
releasing on consoles at a later date. Our game is inspired by classics like Fable and The Elder Scrolls, so if this sounds like your kind of adventure, consider heading over to Steam and adding it to your wishlist to stay up to date with us. Until then, We'll see you mercenaries soon.
Never mind. It's Forsaken Realms. Varin's cool. I was really close with that naming convention. I wasn't that far off. I mean, you can see if you squint hard enough, it could actually read out, outward too. If you squinted hard enough. You know, a bit like how the guy who made the Ford Sierra built it in inspiration to the Porsche 911. Is that better? Is this better? An early access demo available to Patreon supporters. Mate, they paywalled the demo. This is exclusive to PlayStation, right? From Ending E, if I'm not mistaken, right, Susanna? As the alternate ending. Yeah, I'm not using OBS for this, so there's no voice dampener being enabled. So I'm basically going directly through StreamYard for this. So that's probably what the discrepancy with my voice being a little louder.
First question I had was, how hard is this game going to be? Because the most common question about the original Outward was, okay, this is like, does it have to be so hard?
I actually got to play the game in the alpha version, and I got my ass kicked.
I'm glad.
Deserved. But it's actually amazing. Like, I actually really enjoyed it because exploring this game felt very rewarding, and there's like a camping system, so you can camp like right outside like the enemy zone, and then you prepare like your weapons and everything to wreck the enemy, because if you don't prepare, you're in trouble.
It's known to be a very, very hardcore survival. And when I was talking to Guillaume, he was like, if you die, it is likely your fault. And we all heard him say, like, it's not hard, but it is demanding. And they always at all times want to live up to those words, which is really awesome. And they will have a pack mule, which he said, of course, shocker, can die if you don't take care of it.
Of course.
But it's, one of the big struggles was with inventory and spacing along other struggles that players had to really try and, play out this game. Like you were saying earlier, you can't dilly-dally in this game. You have to really know what you're going to do, and eventually you'll get a hang of things. But another big one was dual wielding. So you can dual wield, he says, anything in the game. You can even double shield it up, which he says is not recommended.
You can attack with the shield. It's super cool.
He really loves to stress all of these niche things. Like you can sprain your ankle, you can perforate a lung. She has clearly sprained. You can sprain
out about Talbot.
You can have a concussion. It will all impact you, and all of these ailments like take different lengths of time.
It turns out Talbot is not being
It was really
cancelled or shut down.
What are you doing?
It was just kind of like a play on, because whenever I told people I got a concussion, brain damage,
now feature complete.
A lot of people in my chat was
the
saying,
game is awful, by the way.
Sounds like the most
really,
hardcore survivals.
It was really fun, and you can also play with friends, and then things become a lot more bearable.
They showed the split screen.
Yeah, so you can play split screen with your friends, and it's really nice. especially because then like you get beaten up and then your friends get beaten up. So and then
You can get digital concussions together.
Yeah.
Next up, we have Forsaken Realms, Baron's Call. We were all sitting here saying it looks
It looks sick.
Most importantly, controllers.
I read about
I was
that.
trying to put my finger on what like
I
the
wouldn't
vibe
need
was,
anything
and
like that,
At the very end
obviously.
of the trailer, they say inspired by games like Fable. They really struck an interesting vibe. It seems like it's got a lot of soul and heart in it.
Talked about music a lot today. I just want to say that was something I noticed right there. That flute, there's something about a flute. When a flute starts playing,
When the
in a
flute
fantasy
started,
game,
yeah,
dude.
When the flute started playing, he was like, "Oh my god,
I'm ready to go to war."
No, the game looks really nice. It looks very
No, the
well
game is fine.
detailed, and I can't wait to
It's
try it.
just going to full release.
they angled it that like, hey, you can
From
do
game
this. Thing.
preview
You can really
to
focus on combat and the main quest
version
line,
1.0.
main story. But this is also an expansive world where there are a bunch of little side stories where you can go to these individual side characters and like help them
Oh, I
catch their
see.
chicken.
Yeah,
or
yeah, yeah.
murder mystery or whatever
I don't
it is.
know.
And I feel like
Even
that's
with
what
enough
builds out a
line mode, the
world and
game is
makes it
shit.
feel more full. So I think it looks
That's
great.
not even a
Third, we
subjective
had
opinion. That
Dragon
is
Twin. I don't even know if we're
as objective as it's going to get. It's a very, very boring game.
Dragon, there's a character for your dragon.
Did you see the neck customizer? I mean, like Jake was like,
To be fair, is very early in production. They're working on all these systems for Dragonflight, and as they mentioned in the trailer, it's still a work in progress. They're like finding the game.
If you
and
want
what
to
it's
play a
gonna
cool
be
game
based
like that,
on
go play the
funding,
new Streets
Patreon
of
support,
Rage.
things like that.
I don't know, the new
I mean, just,
Shinobi.
like imagining
the
the vision
new,
of a kingdom
Turtles
builder
game.
where like you're in command of
Anything, man.
dragons, like Khaleesi.
Even the
like
new
inject that
Cosmic
into my
Marvel.
veins. It's another one of those games I didn't know I needed or wanted, but
never even came across your mind. You're like, wait a second.
so you see, and
I
you're like,
remember
of
bullets.
course.
That guy's been getting up.
Of course I need
awesome.
that.
I can't wait to see how
Weirdo.
it progresses because it already looks amazing.
But they left the combat pretty open ended. Like we saw some battle scenes, we saw some light with other dragons maybe fighting, and how that's going to come into play. I'm really curious
The
about.
movement. I mean, you're gonna get some.
Whatever
Battlefield
happens
pilots.
to,
the
cinematic.
cinematic
Kingdom
shots
Hearts
you're going to get
4.
with that dragon is going to be crazy.
Next up, we have some exclusive content coming from Munfish, a comparison of the twins from Atomic Heart, now in the cube. A very exciting game I think we're all looking forward to. And for Atomic Heart, some new screenshots from their DLC number 4. On top of that, there is also Immortal Gates of Pyre that we had an incredible interview with that Jake hosted, where we talk a little bit about
You know
the
what,
making
Bullet?
of the game, the people behind it, and RTS in general.
Considering the mental suffering that he put us through to play that game with him, we deserve a 6000 series graphics card each. The mental anguish is suffering enough. Yeah, this is Atomic Heart. When is the cube aspect of this coming? The Destiny style live service.
Is it recording?
Yeah, it is.
It's in the sky, a giant cube.
There it is.
I can still barely believe it myself. When it showed up, I was in the lab. I didn't even see it. You know, I felt that same fear, though. A terrible sense of my own powerlessness. How did the whole of humanity miss it? And did we actually miss it? What if the cube didn't appear, but revealed itself? What if it was always there, and we've only just started to see it?
Zana, the cube is a separate experience entirely. If my understanding is correct.
So Immortal Gates of Pyre is an attempt to modernize and make more accessible the RTS genre while simultaneously keeping all of the complexity and the opportunities for mastery that have made RTS so popular over the years. So it's I would refer to it as a Blizzard style RTS, the fast action, big battles, very tactical, kind of very rapid fire chess. We realized that RTS, in part because it was dominated by a few big players, never really went through the kind of indie transformational experimentation. Some of the companies that tried to do so did so by stripping away features or losing some of the things that really made RTS great. In the early days, we surveyed a lot of players in both MOBA and RTS.
What do you mean?
communities
They showed
and
you
found
a
that
brand
they
new
really
trailer.
loved the fantasy of commanding an army. RTS, at the end of the day, if you were to strip it all away, is just you're commanding an army, another guy's commanding an army in real time.
Yeah.
Right? Because you get individual unit control, it can be very overwhelming. And because you're also building those units, because you're building a base, because you're having to do so much macroing along with the microing simultaneously, that for most players, it just gets overwhelming and complicated. And so we worked through it kind of line by line, trying to figure out what are the rote tasks, what are the things that players are required to do that are not really decisions, that are more just chores, right? And how do we make more
I
and
just
more
think
of the
you're
complexity
misremembering.
in the game, but optional, opt-in. We refer to it as opt-in complexity.
You will
And
like
then
that brand new
simultaneously, how
trailer
do we create a world
accept
and
it.
experiences and game modes that people want to be a part of? We want to take this genre and show people this genre isn't dead. People want this fantasy. They want this experience. A lot of it has to do with things like the UI and the UX, the unit design, and a lot of that opt-in complexity. So, for example, in most RTSs, you always have to be building workers. If you're not building workers, you're falling behind on your economy and you're screwed. The correct move, with very few exceptions, is to build a worker every chance you get. So we made that automated, but have a toggle. If you want it turned off, you can. So if you're trying to do a specific timing attack, you can, but we took that complexity away. One of the other things is how in MOBAs you have a unified command card, right? All of the abilities and castable abilities on your hero are easy to reach. You can hit all of those buttons very quickly on one hand. We redesigned the UI UX to be the same way. So you can select your whole army with one button by default, and then all of the abilities, castable abilities of your army are also on that one unified command card. One of the things that people often tell us is that when they watch our game, it looks like an RTS,
That's
but
what
when
I
they
was
play
thinking,
it,
Brick.
it almost plays more like a MOBA in terms of how they're commanding their army. Our early idea was if we bring the top, 10 modders within generally the strategy gaming space, if we bring them all together and we say, if we were to
And
come
you got more
together and
info on the
build a
show,
game
on
that
the
truly
cube.
is the next generation of RTS, what does it look like? And that's what we set out to do. The 1v1 or 2v2 PvP experiences, they're
more info
similar
on the
to
cube.
a StarCraft or a StarCraft 2. Maps, we did redesign the maps and we redesigned the mechanics in a way that 2v2 is actually really, really fun. It's a core support gameplay mode. And players, including pro players, have actually really enjoyed doing 2v2 tournaments. But the ultimate goal is to destroy the enemy's town centers, and so it's kind of a tactical back and forth
Everyone
with
is enjoying
counters and
this game
strategic
or the
sniping using
showcase.
immortal abilities in clever
I
ways.
can't
So
believe
it's great
Destin was
for
saying that this is
mastery and laddering
a
and,
great
and
showcase.
skill gain. Ultimately,
I want to know
at least
what he
the
was
goal
smoking.
is to have other PvP modes that are more casual or more playful, kind of some chaos modes, auto battler modes, things like that, where if you just have 10 minutes and you want to have a beer while doing it, and you want to do something that's a bit strategic, but you don't want to get that sweaty, we want to have those experiences too. That's a big part of the target market that we're looking at, is people that like to be challenged mentally but don't necessarily want to try to do the crazy APM and don't want to get too invested in the competition. We want to do a full grand campaign. The inspiration for how we kind of want, or how we see the ideal campaign, if we can build it, is very similar to Dark Crusade. It's a grand campaign. You can be
The
kind of
demo
any
for
of these
Parasite
different
Mutant
factions
released.
and
Might check
conquering
that out tomorrow.
territory and building new and unique
Why would you
stories.
have to say that, Steve? Why?
One of the better trailers that I think we all
Here
saw
you
back
go.
around.
You're gonna get
SGF.
your,
Yeah, now a new trailer that we're showing with
yeah.
this. Of
From
course,
these guys.
the twin comparison is new, which
there
is
you go.
very
I
cool to
have
see
the
the twins
update.
for the first time in this universe, if you like Atomic Heart. But the trailer itself for the Cube,
So
nothing new.
unique. The potential for that game is like unmatched. It is
They're
crazy
so
concept.
good at cinematics, and also just like the concept of playing a game like that with the map constantly changing, the biomes changing. It like breaks my brain to think about, but in a fun way. I think.
Like different terrains, different weather.
Yeah. They show that sliding clip where she's sliding, and then as the cube is apparently rotating, we don't know how that mechanic even works with the
Well, I'm
map.
assuming you can fall off. Like if you fall
You would
off the
think,
map,
right?
you just like that's. I'm sure you're
Or get
dead.
crushed.
And
by,
they've
like,
taken
rockets,
so
you
many
know?
gameplay mechanics already. We saw from that short trailer. You saw wall running. You saw just like traditional gunplay.
The other cool part to me is that it is set in a universe that people have already been a part of.
A
somehow.
very the world of Atomic Heart's very interesting.
Can you
as well.
explain it a little
It's
bit?
kind of like it is Soviet Russia in an alternate timeline where they've mastered robotics, but then there's like evil robots.
And in terms of vibe, it's kind of like Soviet Bioshock. And
Yeah,
it's a vibe.
that's a good way to put it.
And what's interesting is that from the original game Atomic Heart, one of the primary things people loved about it were like the boss fights, and then like the outdoor environments and the art direction.
Since
And
you're
that is
enjoying
just
it
the
so
cube.
much,
And then they're adding in this multiplayer
you should
component
gift
as well.
like maybe
with,
50 memberships.
PvE elements with bosses that you'll fight
So
against
everyone else
together
can enjoy it
as
too.
the cube rotates. I can't wait to find out more.
I love how open-ended they are. Munfish is like, we are all curious because we don't know the exact direction they're going and where it could end up. And I was trying to pinpoint like what game I was looking at, because we are going to flow into Atomic Heart, and I love that tie between those worlds. But I honestly saw a piece of like the finals and the first destructibility and cube movement we saw when the finals first released. There was something about that aesthetic that I also saw, and I was like, okay, now I'm instantly locked back into this.
The DLCs people love. There's already Atomic Heart 1 and 2. This is their fourth
That
and final
doesn't change
DLC
what I
for
said, though.
Atomic Heart. And when we saw the trailer, we saw the screenshots. It adds
Not
new
one bit.
environments. And it looks good.
Yeah.
You know. Then the third game on our list with that one was Immortal Gates of Pyre by Sunspear. Jake, you had a great conversation with Ian.
My boy Ian. It's a game that's been in development for a long time. We're going to probably talk about how it's a group of modders, and so they've hired a lot of
Leaf,
modders.
if
They
you're
have
tired,
that
go
DNA
bed, man.
for this game, and a lot of the concepts they want to plan out for the future. They've had hands on this for almost 10 years, but they've been working hard on it for about 5, is what they would tell you. And they really want to try and combat, as we all know, like the RTS genre is really hard to get into because
High barrier of entry.
I agree, because it's like you see these games, you know, RTS games, and you're like, I don't want to do that. I don't want to work on micro, macro, and all those movements per second and whatnot. And they want to try and combat the pillars that have already established themselves in the RTS genre. We know Age of Empires, but we also know StarCraft is the one that people kind of go to. And he was saying they've had these games in the genre that blew up so early
Chat
on.
would like to
that
know
it's been hard for companies like this to make
if
a
you
new
want to
RTS
join me
and
in
survive
watching
and branch out
this
and be somewhat
once in a
unique to what we
lifetime,
already have kind of attached to.
arguably
I do like that they're kind of
the worst
emphasizing
showcase
accessibility
ever
because I think it is
created
pretty
by man.
intimidating for new players. That's
Oh,
why a lot of
come
people don't want to, kind of
They
turn
seem to
off
have a
by
good strategy.
RTS.
Yeah,
It's
this
just
is
so
way
overwhelming
more
to look at.
important.
It's awesome. I'm one of the people who haven't played RTS because like I don't want to go against Sweaty Joe who's been playing this his entire life. I have no
He just said
I
no.
don't have any clue how to do it.
I live for micro macro movements.
This is
bro.
cool. And then you can have the sweaty experience if you want, or you can have the experience where you just sit at home and have a beer.
I did when he said
That just notes left.
Exactly.
This game was made for
But I do want to really support him, and when it comes to cracking through whatever the current,
Yeah,
the current stereotype.
he saw
in that
my
genre
expression
is,
and just
they're
went,
trying
nope.
to innovate. They're trying to do things
Double
differently.
felt.
And one last thing, they're very, very community focused. So, like a lot of the devs we've spoken to, they love their community. They found their diehards, and it really has shaped the project. And so I hope we see it in the near future.
Next up, we have what I'm calling kind of a Western section. We have some new footage from the game X-Killer. That's going to be Paradark Studio. There's Far Far West from Evil Raptor and Erosion from Plot Twist.
That's the face designer. These guys know why we don't like the other showcases. And they actually doubled down and made it even worse. I feel like this is the one and only time that anyone's going to watch their showcase.
The creators of the game.
And this is gameplay overview.
Thank you for the £2 super chat, Chili. I appreciate it.
Execular is a first-person action-adventure game that encourages exploration, rewards curiosity.
And never holds
No, it's
your
not
hand.
Vanisher.
You play as Denzel Phoenix, an Execular, a corporate bounty hunter.
Execulars hunt down fugitives and reclaim souls from those who try to escape the system.
One of the game's main hubs is the Tower, a massive fortress city ruled by the Helion Corporation. This is where you accept contracts, upgrade your gear, and prepare for missions.
Job well done, contract fulfilled.
The game is structured in chapters, and almost everyone begins and ends in the Tower.
Outside the tower lies a harsh, scorched desert. You travel through it in a heavily modified car designed to protect you from extreme conditions such as heat and radiation. Inside the vehicle, you have access to your computer, storage, and a working radio.
Oh, yeah. You're right, Io. Maybe we're going to get to see Division 3. Does this have like a Fallout 3 vibe, or is it just me? Maybe the setting?
Survival is a core part of the experience.
Inventory space is limited, and every item matters, forcing players to make careful decisions about what to carry and what to leave behind.
Helion's high-tech systems
When
allow
will
you to hack
developers
devices,
understand that gamers
pick
do
locks,
not like
and access
limitations?
restricted areas?
Your cybernetic implants help you uncover hidden elements and investigate the environment. Missions and level design are fully non-linear. There's no single way to complete a contract. Stealth, dialogue, and combat are all valid approaches and can be freely combined.
In Execular, every decision matters.
What's it gonna be? Plata or muerte?
Wishlist Executor on Steam.
No.
Hi everyone, Robert here from Fireshine Games. I am the Senior Product Manager for Far Far West, developed by the incredible 6-person team at Evil Raptor. Far Far West is a 1-to-4 player co-op PvE first-person shooter where you play as robot cowboys in a weird western world. Work together to kill bosses, collect bounties, and cleanse the lands of the
Look, I know
evil
you said
enemy
you
invaders.
straight back, and I will
Today,
send
I'm
you
gonna
straight
talk
back
you
to
through
him
a
as
short,
well.
single-round session of Far Far West.
You'll be
Here
stuck
we're
in limbo
exploring
for the
the
rest
Far
of your
Far
life
West
if that's not
hometown,
coming.
an evolving space where you can upgrade your weapons, spells, and characters.
Have you come to
Once the team is geared up and ready to go, we can pick the bounty we want to hunt and drop into the game.
Oh,
Now
I'm
that
not
we have
taking-
dropped into the
I'm
map,
not taking
it
a
is
nap.
time to head to our first objective. We can travel around the map much faster with the use of our trusty horses, which you can summon with the press of a button. When fighting enemies, I can use different firearms and a variety of spells to do damage or heal myself and teammates. spells and guns can also be comboed together to make their effects more powerful, spread their damage further, or even
I wonder what
create
the
new
3090 will be like.
To summon this boss, we need to do the obvious. Launch a nuke at its nest. So let's get this rocket
What they
loaded with
do is
explosives
make that
and
game
shoot it
available
into
on
the
GeForce
sky.
Now.
When playing co-op, you have to work together as a team to complete the objectives and defend yourself from enemy attacks. Right now, we're throwing sticks of dynamite to my teammate for him to put in the rocket, of which he is actually only catching a few. While carrying out objectives, you will attract the attention of the enemy hordes, who will try and stop you.
This is very
Now
boring.
we have the rocket all powered up. Let's launch it at the boss nest to really make it angry. This bounty is far from over. Now we have to take the beast down. Let's summon the boss and get this party started. We won and the boss is dead, but we aren't safe yet. So let's get to the station to get the last train out of town. When the train is called, we have to stay alive.
It is
for its
available
arrival,
on GeForce
which
Now.
is easier said than
That's
done
cool.
when the whole of the far west wants you dead.
Yeah, I can't afford the new graphics card at the moment, so I'm stuck on the
We made
3090
it out
Ti.
alive. Well, some of
And
us.
GeForce
which means
Now
we
is
get
just
to
a
keep the
cheaper way
resources
to
we found
get.
along the way.
I
These
get,
will allow us to upgrade
high
our
performance
characters
gaming.
even more and be stronger for the next bounty. This was
So
just
where
one simple
possible, I
game of
game
Far
using
Far West.
GeForce Now.
There are multiple bosses, maps, objectives, weapons,
It does have its
spells, upgrades, and
limitations, where you
cosmetics,
know,
all
with mods and
unlockable
stuff.
through
But
play. You can play the playtest with your friends right now.
that's a minor inconvenience, considering the performance bump you get.
As a parent, you've got one job: protect your family.
It's showing its age now. It's a good card, don't get me wrong, but it's showing its age now.
You do it, or die trying. But even if you kick
Games
the
like a
bucket,
Silent
you
Hill
don't
F
stay
just
dead for
really
long.
struggle to run at 60.
You reminded me of that this morning. My father, he looked on by. He passed on to the next life. Oh.
Nah, you're good, Steve. Isn't it TI 32, 24 gigs of memory? Yeah, this is a time loop. How's it going, pal?
First up, we saw X Killer. That's coming from Paradark Studio. It's kind of, I mean, the vibes look great to me. It was reminding me a little bit, you disagreed, but like a cyberpunk in the wild.
No,
in the
I
West.
just see it. I just see it.
It were when the animation work was crazy good, like the world building.
I think the way it's described is a post-apocalyptic Western style FPS with a bounty hunter vibe. And so
Yeah,
we even
that
saw
just
in the
seems to
trailer,
be
they're
a
picking
US
up
thing would
bounties.
fit.
It kind of
I don't know what's going on with the US.
A
little bit of Fallout.
Like
So
the
I think it
5090
looks
here
like
in
a
the
lot of
UK
fun.
is
That
still like
could
$2,000.
be a new kind of like staple. In
It
those
hasn't
types
really
of
changed in
games, to me
price.
at least.
You can
Yeah,
still
it's a great
buy it
combination. I
that
mean,
price.
It looks fantastic. Like,
So I don't really know what's
Innovation.
going on
It's
in the
coming from
US.
such a
Like,
sci-fi
you guys have
cowboy, I
RAM
get.
for like $1,000.
done.
Over
Say
here,
that, say
32
that.
gigabytes of RAM.
Then we had Far Far West
DDR5
coming from
is
Evil
like £300,
Raptor, Western themed action
which is still
shooter
more than what it
project.
used to be.
I don't, you know,
But
the
it's
way I've been
nowhere
describing
near the
it, to be
prices
honest
you
with
guys
it's
are paying.
Western Sea of
I
Thieves.
do
There's a
wonder
lot
if
of
tariffs are hitting you
there.
guys really
Looks like,
hard.
I mean, that's not a bad comparison. Sea of Thieves was very fun to me.
What if Sea of Thieves but Cowboys, basically?
Well, it's that, but also with specific hunts and like bounties, we're going out and doing boss fights with each other.
It seems very
I've never
teamwork
played that
based.
game.
Like you saw a clip there where they were fighting the boss on the ground, and one of them was up top, and your teammate threw the dynamite up, caught it, planted it. Looks really cool.
Third on this list, another
Yeah, it
Western.
has
This
to be
game
tariffs.
is pretty
The US
mind
is
blowing. I
getting
think we're all on the
really
same page with
screwed
that.
with
The art
Was
style is
erosion.
divine.
Because we're
I
not
could see
seeing
this
those.
one being
We're not
like-
seeing
This is
that
gonna be a big one.
price
Yeah, a
increase
big
here in the UK.
Well, like the most compelling aspect of it to me is the time.
Yeah, but then
passing
it would
affecting not
affect
just
the
the
UK
world
as
that you're
well.
exploring, but also
It's really
literally
not
your
with
daughter. She
I
grows
know there's
older
a
every death that
shortage,
happens.
I think it's
but
a
I think the
decade,
tariffs
yeah.
are what's
So the worse you
really
are at the
kicking
game,
your
And you
guys
die
off.
20 times, like she's not gonna
She
be
dead.
there when you get there. You're gonna be.
Steve
talking
showed
to a
multiple
gravestone, but
times how in the
it's
UK
just
you
a
can get
very captivating art style,
5090
It's
for
also
$2,000.
open world.
Open world roguelike. Yes.
We're gonna have people that are gonna want to go deathless runs of this. I hope that maybe there's a glimpse
You know?
of hope of like if you have a deathless run or maybe a one
That's
death
like
run,
the true ending or something.
there's a
That's-
happy ending.
I mean, yeah,
But I
like
imagine that most other endings
32
are not gonna
gigabytes
be
of
so
VDRM
happy,
used
or
to be
at
like
least
what,
a bit sad.
150 quid,
I think so.
Yeah,
120
exactly.
quid.
We're gonna see a lot.
Now
of
it's
that game.
330 quid. It's gone up by double, sure, but not like 5 times in the
Next
US.
up, we have a very exciting section for people who like competitive games, shooter games. We have an awesome interview that Jake did with the executive producer
Yeah, I'm not
of
interested
the
in the
Division
5070.
franchise. We also have Alpha
I was
Response
looking
game coming
at
from
the 4090,
original
but
creator
they're the
of
same
Counter-Strike,
price as
Min
the
Lee, or
5090.
Gooseman, whatever you know him as. Last Man Sitting from Pixel Pizza, and Sand Raiders of Sophie by Holygriff.
Here we go, boys.
If you imagine a real world location, the most important city in the United States, Washington, D.C., completely ravaged by a pandemic and struck by the strongest, worst blizzard of all time. And you are going to have to survive and extract the most valuable resources.
So they're just,
and of course, that leads
survival.
us to survivors. So what are we doing? Like, we can't rest on our laurels, our 10-year-old laurels from survival. So we're reimagining it. We're bringing this snowstorm, this weather change to Washington, D.C. That's something that you've never seen in Washington, D.C. We're going to transform the entire map. We're thinking about it in a very different way with innovations that haven't been seen yet. There's a focus on this to make it such a different feeling experience from the
Not yet,
core
Leaf.
Division 2 experience. Well, I think we've got something super, super promising here. Survivors
Shut up, Aya.
is developed with Magnus Jensen, who is the original Division
At
1
least it's neat
creative
content.
director. So this is a guy who lives and breathes the Division. He's so excited about jumping into this type of game mode again. And there is a hint in the title of something that we're going to be doing really differently from everybody else. We always develop with a player in mind, with player types in mind. And I think here we have to acknowledge that the Division 2 has a large player base of passionate gamers. And one of the things that we want to do is really lean into the sort of comfort game of the Division 2. People are happy to jump in, know their way around the controller, know their way around the map. They know how to play this game. So we're going to take that and subvert it a little bit and change the map and make sure that the weather has an impact on you, which it doesn't have in Division 2. So there are lots of little things that we're doing to surprise our core audience. Veteran players, they're going to be surprised. All of these locations that they know by heart, they're going to be transformed. So the Division 3 is in production, right? This is not a secret. It's been announced. It's shaping up to be a monster.
Let's
And
go.
I can't really say anything more than that, but
I hate
This
you.
is within these walls in Massive. We are working extremely hard on something that I think will be as big an impact as Division 1 was. There's a team in Paris
Oh,
working on
shit.
this, and they're putting the final touches on a mobile execution of the promise of Division 1. So, Division 1, New York, pandemic strikes, take back New York. This is a brand new story with mechanics that are really fine-tuned to a mobile phone. Graphically,
Oh, this is Resistance.
This looks like a PS5. You may have seen the adverts for it. It looks phenomenal, really, really good. It plays really good, and it has a few innovations. You know, the Dark Zone, this area of atypical PvP. It was an area where, much like other games today, popular games today, you could walk around, you could hear gunshots, go over there, there'd be another agent. You'd approach cautiously, feel each other out, and decide whether to partner or to actually engage in PvP. The whole of the Resurgence map is friendly to other agents. So you'll hear gunshots on a corner. You won't need to be in the Dark Zone. It could be anywhere, and you can group with those people. So PvP is off by default, but being able to group up and to see other agents in the streets, that's never been done in a Division game before, let alone a mobile game.
I've actually played Resurgence, and it is really good. So I'll probably play it on PC through emulator, because there's no way I'm playing that on a mobile phone. That was good. There you go, Io. I got my Division 3 confirmed. I got news on my Division 3. That was better than your cube. I did for a little bit, but it got really boring. They couldn't keep up with the content. This looks like a game that was made in like the mid, like 2010. Destiny 1 was the good days, Iron Man. I don't care what anyone says. Those were the good days. That was when Bungie cared about Destiny. Alpha response. Now available now on Steam. Not bad. You can go and try it out now. Oh, I remember this. The only game that's going to get me demonetized on my stream. And this is not going to take off either. This is not Tony Hawk. Last Man City. Same trailer again. No, no, no.
Last
We don't need
City
an
is
exclusive
a
interview
game,
on this.
where you blast through the environment mounted on an office chair. So you're always on an office chair, and you also have a freaking gun. So movement-wise, it sort of feels a bit like you're skating, but it's also most definitely a shooter.
And you guys also described the game as a battle royale. So does it lean BR? Is it more shooter? Is it a mix of both? How's that go?
So many years ago, there's early like prototypes of the game. It was a battle royale game, and it sort of went viral.
I will after
and,
the stream.
got, like, a lot of
But I
followers based on
usually
some short, videos
get a
of the
list
game.
of all the
But
stuff
then
that's
as
wrong
we,
with it.
like,
Takes me about an
developed the
hour
game more,
after the
we
streams,
found that we
where I
wanted
mute
to gravitate
the whole
away from
audio,
that
or I try
a
to
bit.
replace
So
the
we saw
music
some
that plays,
limitations with the battle royale gameplay.
and do it that way.
Eventually, the game became more like
a bit annoying.
more of a four-player chaotic.
But it depends on
PvP
how
shooter,
many of
more
them
like
there
a
are.
shooter version of Super Smash Bros., which is like one of our favorite games at the office. There's like different maps. There's different modes also. We worked on the PvP mode. We also made a PvE mode, which is more like maybe best compared to Swarm survival games. So it's more like a lightly narrated story where you go up against your manager and you like go up in the floors of an office building. You have to survive for a certain amount of time. There's more and more enemies coming that become more numerous and more ridiculous as time goes by. There's mini bosses, there's main bosses.
Don't forget to hit that like button,
and
folks.
You level up, you get power ups.
There's nothing to like in this
and this is where
showcase,
like
but
you get even more
at least I'm
power-ups,
still here
like
with
the
you.
PvE game mode. So that's when it gets
That's got to
really
count for
ridiculous.
something.
Okay.
Then you can unlock, of course, new weapons, new characters, new abilities. You can upgrade your chair, so you can.
That was one of my questions. So
we looked a lot
no,
at
no,
this,
no
like,
big money. This
early
does not look great.
2000s aesthetic, which we thought was like really cool, especially like when we started designing the user interface. We felt like
Suffering?
You know,
I'm
with the
very
whole
much
user
suffering.
interface just felt like Windows Millennium Edition or Windows XP, and you have that those little.
Hey, no, don't blame
windows,
me. I
you
didn't
have
even
that
know about the
font that we
showcase.
all,
Blame Brandon. He's the one that
remember.
brought it to my
So
attention.
eventually, the game sort of became more of this like 2000s nostalgia type game. We also have a lot of like Counter-Strike players at the office. So that's definitely something that I think has had its imprint on the game as well. Imagine it's 2002 and you're listening to punk music and you're playing on your Windows XP computer. That's sort of the feeling that we want the game to have.
I mean, it technically is. It's not competing with anything. It's just got to set the bar really low. And this is really low for some reason. At least it's a trailer. I'm not interested in it, but at least it's a trailer. Coming to Steam and PlayStation. Sand Raiders of Sophie.
I say first up, we're going to talk about the Division interview. Of course, we weren't able to get a ton of new information, but they are working on a lot of different projects right now.
I don't know if I've ever talked to anyone else who has 26 years at a single company in gaming. So talking to him, he was I was doing a bit of glazing because everything he said
This
felt
is
like a
going to be the
storytelling
longest
experience.
90 minutes of
And
my
so
life.
we're talking about Survivors, and this is the kind of redone version of Division 1's original Survival. And so it's a snowstorm impacted, weather hit Washington, D.C. And it's what he kind of also alluded to as like one of the original extraction shooter-esque like games. But yeah, you have to fight for survival out and weather the elements. He says it's really, really shaping up. And also original players of Survival are going to experience, he couldn't tell me everything, but they're going to get to experience, you know, remastered things and things that are updated from the original that they did want, but he couldn't tell me too much as to what it was, besides that it's really shaping up and it's really interesting. And both new coming players, you don't have to play Division or Division 2 to stumble across this and love it just as much.
I think with the success, obviously, of games like Arc Raiders right now, you even mentioned that, it's an interesting conversation around, do you try to chase those things and copy stuff, not even copy, but take inspiration from it, or are you having to come up with your own ideas that you've been working on for 10 years or however long? It's just interesting how they've been working on this for a long time, and now there's a mega popular game in the same exact vein.
Yeah, and he said it a lot more eloquently than I can ever represent it as, but he realizes it's probably a mix of things. Like a lot of other games are doing extraction shooters with certain things here, but they've also had an image of where they want to be and where they want to go for quite some time now, and now they're finally getting to breathe that into existence slowly.
They also talked a little bit about Division 3, which when I say a little bit, I mean like a little bit.
He gave me a quote. He gave me a quote. Julian said this. He said, "It's shaping up to be a monster." And I said, I'm going to clip that, Julian. Thank you very much.
I would say a highly anticipated game that they can't share a lot about, but we were excited just to hear that it's a monster as much as people love these other games. Next up, we had Alpha Response coming from Min Lee.
For anyone who doesn't know Min Lee, the original creator of Counter-Strike, I love this guy. We've had the chance to meet him on a couple occasions, also sit down and talk with him. He went to his first Counter-Strike major this past year. It was an incredibly rare experience to see like such a notorious dev get to see what his game has truly become, and he was there since the very beginning, and then to see like an esport develop out of it was crazy. Not to go on too much of a tangent, but he still has that shooter DNA in him, and so this is kind of a mission based shooter, might you, and you also play as law enforcement, but the goal is to complete a series of missions, and yeah, definitely remains true to the whole shooter Gooseman DNA.
It looks like Counter-Strike meets Payday, but you're the good guy. I mean, you're the law enforcement.
Then, speaking of Counter-Strike, we talked to a guy who was highly inspired by Counter-Strike, which is so cool to me to have in the showcase. So, like, we have the OG who made this game, then we have a guy who's inspired by that guy. This was Last Man Sitting.
It's so ridiculous, and I
well,
we
as
need games
expected,
like this.
PlayStation fans are excited for Avowed now.
Tony Hawk's Skater Pro, but replace
Literally,
the skates
that's
with
all I'm
chairs,
saying.
and then
give them all weapons.
And give them some guns. Why not?
The clips are going to be insane.
Yeah.
You're going to see some wild stuff come out of this game. The things people are going to be doing.
And they're still working on a lot when it comes to PvP versus
And
PvE,
now you've got
but the
Nintendo
core
fans
base of it,
Paul
they
Bagan
want it
as
to
well.
be PvP based. It's going to be a round-based game, and so I believe 4 players, so super competitive lobbies. But I think you could
It's also a chaotic shoot.
very chaotic, and it progresses round by round. So their unique
Yeah,
feature
got
in
announced in
competitive
this
balancing
showcase.
is it's the first player to win 5 rounds. But if you lose a round, you get a power up. So you get an ability, and that is their way to balance.
Even the odds a little bit.
You can even upgrade your chair.
Yeah, so by the end, which you can, and by the end, it's going to be pretty hectic because, of course, if everyone's taking their turns and winning 3 rounds, 4 rounds, whatever, by the end, you're all going to be super
I suspect
OP.
the trailer should
And
be
so
dropping
the ultimate
soon
goal is to win that
for the
5th
PS5
round. You're going to have to
version
beat
with
some
pro
pretty
features
high-powered people.
exclusive
My
to the
favorite part of the
PlayStation 5.
interview is hearing him say, we're inspired by Counter-Strike, Super Smash Bros, the Call of Duty era. He just wanted to see people 360 no scope others and like made a game out
In
of
an
it.
office chair.
And if you see the trailer, you'll see the agents or the characters, and,
Yeah,
and
now
you'll be
they're
like, oh, that looks like
excited
Counter-Strike, and he'll say,
for
yep, that was kind of,
Avowed.
we're all big
You just know
Counter-Strike
he
fans.
grew up on the quick scope montages, 360 trick shots.
Well, and I love the idea of like they're sitting brainstorming the game, and he's like, I
Leaf
want to make
is
a
a
shooter.
Nintendo fan.
But what's
He's
our
not
unique
bad.
spin on it?
Wait a
He doesn't run out to your doors with pitchforks and knives just because you say
You're never
something
gonna
bad
believe
about
this. You might
Mario.
want to sit down.
It'll make sense.
Then finally, in that section, we had Sand Raiders of Sophie. The developer is Holly Griff as well as Tower House, but the publisher is Tiny Build, who we're all very familiar with. This is a co-op action adventure. You're in a desert world. Honestly, it reminded me of another. I don't remember it. They were like sailing in the desert in some other game. But
Yeah, that
this-
should be landing this year
my
with
favorite
the
part
new
about
update.
this is that you can see them
for
building
Starfield.
your ship. That you're then like
It's why
traversing the
the
desert. and
Starfield
fighting
update was
people.
delayed in the first
Yeah.
place.
Well, it kind of
Because
reminded
they're
me of
working
Sea
on
of
the
Thieves
PlayStation 5
meets
release
Base Builder,
to release
where
them all
you're like, yeah, you're
simultaneously.
building your own
Rust.
ship. Yeah, it's very cool.
Oh
Rust
no,
on
100%.
legs.
It's also
Starfield is going
normal
fast.
gunplay too, as well, though, which I
You-
found. At first,
know,
I was like,
make-
oh, it looks
make
cool,
no
but then I
mistake.
saw they were like normal guns too.
The DLC is ready as
I
well
like-
for
it's a
Xbox, but they're
new
not releasing it
concept,
until
I
the
feel like,
PlayStation
where
version
they
is
were
done.
probably, I have to assume, fans of Rust or or fans of different types of games.
That way, you
would
can
be,
hope
make a
in
moving
Microsoft
base in
size
the desert, and then
maximize
you can
sales
explode people's
potential
bases,
for
or-
the Xbox, the
I'm
PlayStation
curious. You've seen
version.
the trailer. I'm curious if you can raid other people's
I'm
bases.
pretty sure you
That'd be the coolest part. If you
Pretty
raid their raid
like
their
jump
base.
off of yours.
pretty
onto
sure you
theirs.
can take other people's bases. I'm pretty sure.
Next up, we have a section that a
RuneScape,
couple
what the
of us
hell?
are definitely going to be very excited about. This is the 25th year that Jagex has been making RuneScape at this point, which is extremely impressive. I know Jake and I have been playing it our entire lives. We've got old school RuneScape, we've got RuneScape 3, and we have Dragon Wilds.
The Trinity.
Right, so 3 games, massive games that have been around for a long time. A lot of people have heard of.
I think we should just give the room to Jake.
I love it here. This
Use
is
the
my-
bathroom real quick.
This is
Yeah,
my
everything
favorite
that
part. All you
lands on
RuneScape
Xbox
fans.
at
When
this
we
point
all
will be a
arrived here,
timed
the first
exclusive.
thing I saw was Jake on his
At the
laptop.
very
and
best.
RuneScape was pulled up next to Twitter. Like,
Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do.
Did you see how
dedication.
Hunter has like a side monitor? Just
He does this.
really? I didn't know that. That's
Yeah.
These guys are
My
real.
Forza Horizon 6 will be a
I'm north
timed
of 1800
exclusive.
now.
I'm over 2100.
I knew
so
that's why I didn't
it's-
want to answer because I knew you were going to lead into it. Anyway, Jagex has given us a variety of exclusives across all 3 games. We're super happy to talk about it.
They've done a lot of very impressive things over the past year, I would say. They did Barlamore with Jake's favorite, the Gemstone
Power
Crab.
Bus, yeah, they're going to
JFK
get the
there,
full
it's
whack.
awesome.
They're going to get
Has the
Starfield,
Delve with
the Shattered
Doom.
Space, and the new
They
DLC,
have,
all in
what
one
the-
package.
Gridmaster.
The Gridmaster this year, which was super fun. I played that one. They also added sailing most recently, which
Set
is
me off.
the first new skill ever in old school RuneScape. Had a lot of back and forth. My favorite part about it is the fact that they listened to the community a lot with the release of it. The exclusive they gave us was this new.
Well, once it
logo
comes out on
reveal
PS5, they're
for
going to
the
love it
next league
because
season.
it's going to be, in their eyes, out of beta testing. And don't forget, they're doing this whole 2.0 reborn, which means that the fact that they're redoing a lot of Starfield, Xbox owners basically got the inferior version.
We don't know
and
much
now
more
the
past
truly
that. Obviously,
revamped
leagues is a lot of
version,
fun and
the
probably the
reborn
most engaging
version,
time periods of
the one
RuneScape that
that's
you see player
basically
peaks every time.
perfected
So
is the
I
one that
imagine a lot
they're
of those
getting
WoW
day and day.
players are going to come back and be a part of that. Outside of that, RuneScape 3 was
And
also in the news a
Microsoft
lot
thanks you
this
for
year.
your
For a
patronage.
variety of reasons. One of the biggest ones being they've removed the biggest monetization methods they had in the game, which was widely talked about and has been for probably next to a decade. You know, obviously in the MMO genre, you have to make money to sustain such big games and big
There's
servers
a
for a
bit more
reason
than
and
that,
reason, and to
Steve,
keep
from
these
what
updates
I've
coming,
been
not
told,
small teams.
but
And so it was that community battle of like, we
it's
need
a
monetization,
decent it's a
but at what
decent
point
upgrade.
is it too much monetization? And they finally reached that breaking point.
I think we also have some
It's
some
not
reveals
just
of some of the areas they're revamping, which is very
loading
cool.
tweaks
They're
and
trying
travel
to
tweaks.
declutter the entire world because right now the game, if you as an old school player log on, you're probably like, what is going on?
Yeah,
most of the time. So that's very cool. They also gave us the image of their anniversary cape, which looks fire.
Isn't that beautiful? And I actually have one behind me.
This is Jake's Avengers Endgame.
Oh man.
And then finally, we also had Dragon Wilds, which is a game that we are very excited about.
Another incredible
I mean,
game.
we are big fans of those types of games. Valheim, we spent a ton of time on. So when RuneScape announced this, we were super stoked personally and played it. They're in early access, but they talk a lot about their 1.0 release and everything that's coming.
For those unaware, Dragon Wilds is the
Yeah, I know
survival
one of the
game
creators that was in
inspired
it,
by RuneScape. And so
which
being
is
a
why I
big
know it's
survival
more
game
than that.
guy and my love for RuneScape, it was kind
And,
of the mixing of both worlds.
obviously I'm
So
not
Dragon
gonna
Wilds was
say what
always
it
going to be a
is,
big thing for me.
but-
And as you said, it is early access, still developing. They are aiming for that full release.
It is
though.
more than that.
It's still a great game and getting better and better.
If you like games like Valheim or Enshrouded, I would say this is the kind of game
100%.
you would like to play because it's just like that. You can spend a ton of time building your house and making it better and better. And then they're also adding iconic RuneScape things. Again, we talked about that with like the cube. It's cool to see a world you already love in
Mixing it up.
another format.
The fresh twist.
Yeah.
They already have released their roadmap, but we have a lot of cool stuff that is coming to the game that RuneScape players will recognize.
I haven't
New
said it
skills come out
public
at
to
each
anyone
time.
else,
So
but
fishing,
yeah, technically,
prayer,
yeah.
agility. You're gonna get.
Then I'm not
mithril
saying what it is
armor,
either.
Rune armor coming out. There's 3
I'm
new
not revealing
regions
anything.
next year. Coming
You're the
with
one that said
1.0
loading
update, like,
screens
over time.
and
then we got the first look
Like,
at
I didn't even
Galvin
mention
Reach,
that.
which is their next region.
I just
You're
said
gonna
it's more than
recognize
that.
these Black Knights, which look a lot scarier.
Technically, you're the one that
Dude, he's not gonna make it.
broke NDA even more than
this is the Black Knight's Fortress. It looks absolutely incredible.
Incredible.
You think it's gonna be a lot of fun, right?
I don't know if I'm going to continue after this.
I'm very
segment.
careful
You
with
guys
what
have
I
heard
say.
me and Jake talk way too much about this. We also have a message from a couple
Exactly,
of
Susanna.
creators that you might recognize from the RuneScape community.
RuneScape and Jagex has just turned 25 years old, and the recent year has actually been incredible. And what is to come over the course of 2026 and beyond is something that, as a player myself of RuneScape for 23 years, I am so excited. I mean, I think the game
really
right now,
feel like
old school
going back to
RuneScape, is
Final
in the
Fantasy
best
11.
place it's ever been. But Jagex as a company is turning into potentially being the best they have ever actually been. In 2025, over old school RuneScape, we didn't just have many different pieces
Exactly,
of content,
Susanna.
such as Sailing, Balamar, Royal Titans, a duo boss that came to the game. We actually also hit an all-time high player count since the game actually released over a decade ago. That is crazy. It's absolutely
My lips
incredible.
are sealed,
But that
Luke.
is not the end. We still have 2026 to come, and the things that are coming in 2026 are going to be crazy. We have the Blood Moon Rises. We'll be getting more
I
info
didn't
at
go
the
power.
Winter
I just
Summit.
know someone that did.
Finale, potentially, of the Mauritania questline. But personally, the thing that I am the second most excited for, behind Raids 4. Now, Raids 4, I know nothing about right now, so I can't really say much, but that is the thing I am the most excited for and have been the most excited for
It
years
did
to
work
come.
on the PS2 and the
As of
360.
right now. And if that is not everything, we have Leagues 6.
Except for
and I
Act
know
Urban.
one thing about League 6, and that is League 6, demonic pacts.
The
All I
Siege
can say. That's
didn't
all I
really
know
work very
right
well.
now. But
It
League
crashed all
6
the
will be
time.
coming most likely in Q4 of 2026. Can't fact check that. I do not know. But that
Nah.
means League 6 may
I played
contain
it on
Blood
the
Moon
360
Rises
for years.
and
It's
Raids
fine.
4 inside of whatever League 6 is going to be. And that is going to be incredible. As for RuneScape 3, I'm not a huge player or ambassador of RuneScape 3. I am more on the old school side, but there is a massive update that occurred earlier on that I was able to get behind, and so did all of the old school RuneScape community and basically anybody inside the community. And that was the removal of a microtransaction called Treasure Hunter. And finally, RuneScape Dragon Wilds. I played it when it first came out with Ashenvale, I believe it was called.
Microsoft
And
just
then the
stopped-
most recent expansion,
Microsoft
Fell
just
Hollow. I
stopped
recently have
supporting it
played that
after
one as
what
well, and I
happened
have
with
completed it. And Dragon
Pandemonium
Wilds
Warden.
is a game where it's not even fully
They,
released.
they
When I
didn't
say
want
that,
to allow it on the
2026,
console
Dragon
anymore.
Wilds will be fully released to everybody, completely done. But you can play
If
it
you
now.
remember that
You will only just
Pandemonium
get the
Warden
first two
incident.
expansions. And the first two expansions as a
Is it Pandemonium
standalone
Warden
game
or Absolute
is
Virtue?
incredible. I cannot wait to see
Can't
the
remember.
expansion to the entire thing when we get the entire world, the entire universe of what's
What, that
going
this
on
is
there.
good?
So far, the gameplay is incredible. Whoever's working behind that
And
team,
I don't know what
honestly,
they're
I feel
smoking,
Dragon
but
Wilds, when it's released
I
later
don't
this
think
year, I
anyone else
don't know
is.
when, again, it's going to be a masterpiece when it's fully done, when you can start a new character, go through Ashenvale, go through Fell Hollow, and then go through the next third, the fourth, the fifth, the sixth, whatever level of different realms there's going to be. But you can still play it now early, and you can play the expansions as they release. Right now, we have Ashenvale, we have Fell Hollow, and we will be getting another expansion fairly soon into 2026.
Yeah, the start of the
and that
game
will be
was
the release of
awful.
the Mithril, and I think the fishing skill. Honestly, Jagex,
And the no
25-year
handholding was a problem.
anniversary, the game, the company, everything. It's looking good, and I'm very, very excited for the future.
And if you guys haven't
the
yet, make
stories
sure to
were
go play
amazing.
RuneScape, one of the greatest games of all time.
Chains of
Next up, we have a
Mafia
group of
arguably
4
remains
games,
one of the
that being
greatest
Dark
storylines
Light
of all time.
Survivor coming from Mirai & Co., Tape 101 coming from Serversa, and Unawake from Reality Art Studio, Nested Lands from 1M Bits Board.
I don't know what I've got left to play in that Leaf. I think I've maxed out like almost every character in that game. I've completed everything that needs to be completed, beat the final boss. I'd love them to release more content on it so I could definitely dive back into it. I think it was a really good game. I really enjoyed it. It's just an old school MMORPG, one of the first ones with it. I don't really know the story behind it. I just know Final Fantasy XI is a better game. That's totally not subjective or biased. Because everyone has to kill Chaos. Do you know how weird it was seeing that and how many people were pinging me when that trailer dropped? It was ridiculous. I had people at work at the time who don't even play video games that saw the trailer. But knows about my YouTube channel come up to me and say, "Why is everyone trying to kill you?"
You smell like shite.
You sadist, Io. You absolute sadist.
Hell of that smell.
I only have time for one MMO, Alia, and that's Final Fantasy 14. And I barely have enough time for that. Bollocks, it'd keep me safe. I already know what I put you through. Ain't no chance there is any truth in that. After what I put you through for years on Destiny, you're just itching for a reason to get back at me. Absolute bollocks you that ever keep me safe. Ben would be like, remember, don't do headshots. Okay. Pop, pop, pop. Why are you doing headshots? I'm not. I'm just shooting them in the body.
For eternity, I struggled to become an aspect of courage, freedom.
Watching you jump around and running for your dear life was fun. Night gaming. You never forgive and forget.
So much for the glory of angels. Let it in. Let it burn your flesh. Let it burn your soul.
Lords of Fallen? Okay, this might appeal to some of you. If you mean doing your job screaming like Deadpool when Wolverine broke his arm when he got dragged back into the car, yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's a double-ended question because you did die. But was it your fault or mine?
First up, we saw Dark
It's
Light
up to debate.
Survivor. Maybe one of the games we've seen that kind of blew our mind a little bit. You had top-down, you had third person, and something else.
The instantaneous
Are we talking about
switch, of
keeping a
course,
game that
between
just
top-down
came
and
out
third
this
person,
year?
but then the pixel art, being able to instantaneously
Adapt
yeah.
to.
That's
it's
insane.
really, really sick.
Yeah, combining both those features because you said it and I was like, wait, is that what it's doing? I had to.
Yeah, you can sort of like just toggle it.
But I
That's
deny
such
all
a crazy-
accountability, so it's
Such
not
a
my
crazy
fault.
feature.
So it's a game like a roguelike game.
Yeah.
And a little bit kind of like Vampire Survivors in the style of Megabunk. So you can
You remember
either
that guy
have
I
the
brought
top-down
along
view,
that time?
first-person view, whatever you prefer, and
Whose internet
just
connection was so
swap
bad
all the time.
that it broke the doors and
I
they
think it's
wouldn't
interesting
shut.
to think about the strategy element of that probably that comes into play, like when you're fighting certain things.
Yeah, maybe some
You physically couldn't do the raid
Because
because
on the
the internet
surface, it
connection was
seems like
so
it's
bad.
just like it's a personal preference thing, but it might actually
I've
have its
never
place
seen
in
Ben
like the
so
gameplay
upset.
loop. Like
Yeah.
if you're in a certain situation, I should go top down.
Or maybe
real quick.
depending the skill that you use.
Yeah, because you may think that it's just like a gimmick for a different viewpoint or
Yeah.
filter or whatever, but the idea that you could use it tactically as a gameplay mechanic too is really cool.
Aiming for early access in late Q1 of 2026.
Yeah, that
They
was
already
his
have a
first
demo
raid
out
with us.
that a lot of people have
He's-
played,
yeah,
and
he
we've said
can't
this
do
a lot of
raids because
times.
his
One of my
internet
favorite
connection.
parts these devs already is that they have listened to their players who have played the demo. They made it a point to tell us, like, we've made 6 patches in the demo based on player feedback. And I think that's super important, especially for a game that looks as good as this,
And lost.
because it can be a lot of fun. You know, roguelike survival with mechanics we've never seen before, as far as I'm aware. So it should be fun. Next up, we had Tape 101, a game that's probably too scary for Jake to play. If I had to,
I had to literally cradle him while we were watching that. I thought he was gonna.
All these
cry.
things are true. Yeah, you guys know me so well.
what I appreciated about it is it's not a jump scare game.
Yeah, they've stressed they don't want to do
Anthem
jump scares.
closes on
It's
the 12th.
Specifically psychological,
No more
mind
Anthem.
melty, unnerving horror.
You will not
feels
have jump
horrible.
scares, but you will have nightmares. about
You know,
it.
the thing is, that sounds like something that a developer of a game that has jump scares in it would say.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, there's no jump scares.
Yeah, there's.
You said they sound like my chat anytime I play a scary game.
No, I feel like you just have trust issues because of unresolved problems.
You're 20 hours in. That's when you're gonna finally see the jump scare, and it's gonna be one big gotcha.
Honestly, I would kind of respect them for doing that.
That would be awesome.
Like,
I was definitely unnerved by.
And
Just
you know,
the
they had a
music,
chance
whatever's
to
going on in the
actually
background.
make
They did a great
Anthem
job.
But there's
next,
cool little
but instead they
twists
chose to
in the
make
background.
Velgar.
It kind of feels at times that you're also hallucinating because
Anthem
of like
next
the
was
camera.
sacrificed
Well,
for
there's like
Velgar.
video camera, and
Yeah.
you were in an RC car during certain points, like exploring it. We had nested lands as well. It's a village in survival, like village management and survival type of game, where obviously very medieval. A lot of, I mean, what was the last shot? Like throwing bodies on a fire.
Yeah. Bring out your dad. I will say, I love management games. I love
That was
management
not a good
games, and
choice.
sim games, village management sim games. Like this, it's right up my alley.
This feels like Manor Lords meets survival. So it has a different viewpoint, and you got to take care of not just yourself, but everyone around you.
It's
If
just
you
a shame that
don't,
the
your entire
PlayStation
village is
version
just
didn't
gonna
get a
be
60
Yeah, they even
FPS.
show you the burning
Burn it.
bodies. Like, yeah, sorry, we lost some
Only the
engaged.
Xbox version did.
Better make
Done.
better decisions.
What I
My
liked was
account's on
seeing the blend of
PlayStation.
like, obviously you're playing as this person,
might
and you
stream
have,
some of it
you
tomorrow.
have to survive. And he was like hunting stuff and like that. But
Did that
I
for a
imagine
bit
you're
and
also
then switch
recruiting people
to
for your settlement
Project Mutant,
as
maybe.
like the king, and then you have to like choose
Yeah.
who to recruit and,
They show
build
grown
out a
out.
village.
Initially, it may start with you doing the micromanagement, but you eventually can assign villagers to go do the forage, go
Kind of like in
hunting.
Power World, how your pals become
Exactly.
your workers without a wage.
Exactly. Yeah.
Then finally we had Unawake, a game, a first-person action game, mixed kind of a little bit of fantasy. You're battling hordes with melee, ranged weapons. It's hack and slash. It's roguelike. It looks like kind of like a Doom Skyrim to me.
I mean, honestly,
like that
the
description.
art direction was beautiful.
Yeah.
Like those environments, you see them, it's just
It's very pretty.
No, but something about it, I don't even know if I have a comparison. For some reason in the back of my mind, this probably won't make it. Mordor-esque, like it just looks really good.
Yeah, Mordor.
Very dark version of Mordor, but
The atmosphere.
Yeah,
It's
definitely.
That's like
a bummer version of hell.
that.
Some notes they gave us: expected to launch early access late 2026.
Yeah, you can't even download
as
it off
well. They
EA
are,
Play now. They've
designing
disabled
the
it.
game to be moddable after release. which I think is really cool. People who like Path of Exile, they specifically called out it's a central skill and stat tree that is similar to Path of Exile, but more approachable. So it's not going to break
expect a skill forest instead of a skill tree.
Skill force, lots of complexity, lots of interlocking skills, layers.
Yeah, I'm just so sick
So
of
I think a
skill
lot of
trees.
it's going to be a game for people who really like their builds of things and like, okay, how can I specialize in this?
Oh, dude, I'm doing this all day. Just
Did you know that
Do that for me one more time. Just show me the
and then the double sword grab they were doing. And the fact it's moddable, I would love to see the direction that goes.
Yeah.
Well, there's so much potential. You could have modders come in, do additional levels, boss fights, romance. Unironically, you could add that
I
if you
expect
want.
there to be quite a few people playing
I
it
think
tomorrow,
it's
so
the world is too dark for that.
it should be
Well, with that attitude, yeah. But maybe with romance,
Love
it wouldn't
can
be so
exi-
dark.
love can exist
Have they
anywhere.
announced what time they're going to be shutting the servers down on the 12th?
Next up, we have a very exciting segment where we actually got to sit down with the executive producer over all of the Warhammer 40K series, as I understand it, Anatoly Shestov.
By enemies from within. By enemies from without. By enemies from beyond.
Imagine you're playing inside Warhammer universe by the guys who can't use the army, who need to find this particular person in charge of bad things to make Imperium stand for one more day before grumbling to dust. That's basically how I would describe it. Just imagine the true Warhammerish stories where no choices are good, but you don't have an option to go away. You need to get your hands dirty, and it's just a matter of how precisely you will achieve this. One of the most
I really can't
significant
believe how bad
changes
this
that any
showcase is.
player would experience
This ain't even a
compared
showcase.
to the
This
role
is like a
player
deep dive
would
developer
be
direct.
more stakes, more value in a surrounding, in any environment that you're playing with. The covers, the line of sights, we read how they are calculated, how they are working, and how much benefit they providing to the party. So it's basically would be more playing around the environment. We abandoned the
Let's have
step
a
up
quick
mechanics.
Google.
So if
What
you're
time
ending
will the
your
service be
turn
shut?
behind some wall, you are behind some wall. There won't be like one circle around you that allows you to step up of this cover and to shoot at anything. If you so the place where you start your turn, the place where you're ending your turn would be more significant. Other thing is role-playing model. There are way more roles being made inside the combat. Lots of the things making you roll something, lots of the things make your opponents roll something. So it's not just your weapon skill or ballistic skill, it's way more significant influence of the role-playing choices that you've made previously. Almost all of the combats in the game will have alternative ways to finish them, not just killing all of your enemies. We are allowing player to target specific parts of the body of the enemies, and by doing this, we're allowing to make your opponent lose an option to move or lose an option to use abilities. There are different ways how you can tactically approach your desire, your design of how to proceed with the combat. And of course, there is a whole new subsystem that came on a change of the momentum. This is a morale system. Momentum was
Yeah,
a
it just
party
isn't
based,
until January
and you
the 12th,
spend
like,
it to
guess
activate
midnight
some
on the
heroic
11th.
moments of your companions. For the Dark Heresy, we feel it need to be more intimate, more personal, and not just for your party. We are not just telling a story through the environment or the words of in a dialogue. No, we're actually making cases. We're actually making the culprits. We're actually collecting and interpreting evidence and discussing them with your retinue and analyzing them and making conclusions. There are some other mighty forces inside the scintilla.
The showcase
because,
is another hour.
You're not playing in a vacuum, and you need to struggle for power. But most of the time,
This is the
you are
hardest I've
playing
ever
as a
struggled
person in
to
charge,
watch a
as a
showcase.
person that have authority, and the person who need to make hard choices. One of the most significant ways of the influence of a story for Dark Heresy would be your decision of which case is more important. For example, there is a under Spire slums, and this is a toxic waste, and the level of the toxic sea is growing. And if you are going there as a first place, there will be toxic waste somewhere nearby, and there will be people getting ready to be consumed by the toxic waste. But if you are going there late stage, there will be actual toxic sea, and you will be playing around it. There will be changes in the geometry, and changes in the combat encounters of how they are playing, changes in the narrative behind this, and changing based on the timings, how you
Have a good
decide
night,
how you
Ghosty.
approach this.
To venture forth into darkness and bring the light of the Emperor to the uncharted void.
By the way, chat, if the game Anthem meant anything to you, reach out to me either on Discord
Is
or
there
Twitter.
anything you can tell us about like new factions,
There's
new notable
a
characters, or
kind of
iconic Warhammer
collaboration
40K
video
lore?
being
There
made.
would be trails,
And if
I
you're
don't know, most
interested,
iconic
we
thing
can
that you
pass on
can
more
potentially
details if
name
you're interested
and
in that sort of thing.
encounter as a rogue trader, as a treason. It would be some
As a final farewell.
interesting takes on Astra Militarum.
I'm not
I
the one
won't share
making it,
specifics
but I
not
know
to
the
spoil
person
the
making
fun,
it, and
but
they've reached out to
it
me
would be there,
and asked me
there
to see
will
if
be
anyone else is
some
interested.
brand
If you want
new
more info, just
systems
reach out to me
like
over
augments
in Discord
ones. You will be able to
or through
replace some parts of your body
Twitter.
with interesting pieces of Imperium technology. There would be some elaboration on a story of the world behind the main road of the Inquisitor Calcasar's shenanigans. Let's say it like this. It would be some interesting dive on a past of the von Balansus dynasty,
I don't really
even
know.
further than Theodora. There would be some new takes on how dangerous wildlife can be. Other thing that definitely we will provide for the player is some vaults, the treason vaults, some collections of pretty wild things being gathered by this Necron. Of course, this is a rogue trader story, and rogue trader is kind of part of his void ship, so there would be some expanding of the void
I wish I could
ship,
fast forward these
some
sections.
new places to visit, some old places to revisit. It would be new companion with a whole set of unique mechanics inside it. It would be the general system of augmentations provided to the players. So if you always wanted to replace the limbs of the Heinrichs with some like pretty adamant ones, you will have such an option. Not just Iron Hands from the Biomancy, but the real Iron Hands. Yes, that's an option. It's the first DLC that allows us to expand the late game parts of the Rogue Trader, and expand it not mechanically, but expand it in a 100% of the different aspects of the game.
Let's first talk about the new DLC for Rogue Trader.
Actually,
No.
I'm gonna interrupt you. Can you tell people generally, basic bitches like Jake, can you explain Warhammer 40K as general? Like what's the playthrough about?
We actually asked Anatoly to describe all of this for people not familiar with Warhammer, and this is how he described it.
Imagine you're playing inside Warhammer universe by the guys who can't use the army, to need to find this particular person in charge of bad things, to make Imperium stand for one more day before grumbling to dust. That's basically how I would describe it.
There's a new companion, and there's also this companion has unique mechanics. And
they're also doing things like new environments. They're revisiting previous environments and then overhauling them. They're altering and they're changing, not to get too specific, but they're changing things about the late game to extend that roadway. This DLC alone offers 12 to 15 hours of additional content. Like, there's a lot of meat on the bone.
So I'm very happy. I was extremely happy when he said that, yes, this game is going to be fully voice acted. And I'm really excited because it helps people to, have like this depth and this, to understand how the characters really feel, especially in a world that's so heavy and difficult.
Dark even at times.
You guys,
to be clear, Dark Heresy is not.
Yo, I think I
it's
found a
not
cure
like a
for
sequel to
insomnia.
Rogue Trader.
Yes, it's a separate.
It works different mechanically. There's different things going on, but my understanding, and speaking with Anatoly, was that it's going to be a very narrative focus. That's the primary concern. Not that Rogue Trader was not a focus, but that's where a lot of the effort is going with the voiced cast throughout the entire thing and many other aspects of it. The narrative is like the central component.
One of the things that I really enjoyed that he mentioned was you can target any enemy's specific body parts to sever them during fight.
That was the coolest part that I
Yeah.
Have you seen Rogue
So
Trader?
it's really
not
nice
even that
because
good of a game.
if they have like a they're very fast, so you want to target their legs to cripple them. and so on.
Wavy, they did not show
not
Dust
only
Fade
that,
yet. At least not
but
that I've
you know
noticed.
how sometimes you get into a very awkward
You're
situation.
still
where
wide awake? No, you're not.
you're
Are you?
crushing
This is
the
a figment
combat,
of your
and
imagination.
there's still that one guy that, in spite
weird
of all
that you're
his friends
dreaming
being
about
dead in
me.
the battlefield, he's still
Well,
trying.
technically not.
That's not going to be really a thing.
But,
Enemies can surrender.
you know,
they can run away. They
This
can.
is just a weird dream.
They can try to sometimes maybe even negotiate their way out of this, and it's
The
up to
cure
you to
is this
decide what
dream.
happens.
Yeah,
Is
hearing
on.
all those combat options was the coolest thing to hear him talk about. Like, you can render your opponent useless in whatever different limb you want to actually target, but you can also make them blind. There's so many different
Can
unique
these
features to
people
the combat
shut
where
the-
even when I was listening to talk about it, I was like, okay, wow, I've never played a game like this, but it sounds really intriguing.
Yeah, and it was just interesting to see Anatoly describe how the team wanted to revisit some of those things that are taken for granted in RPGs, like the concept of just an enemy. Well, you fight until all the enemies are dead, and that's it. But the team went back and was like, that doesn't like necessarily make sense. Like, sometimes the guy would be like, you just blew his head off, you just exploded that guy.
Yeah.
I'm
I
covered in
surrender.
John, you know, like, I'm gonna run away now.
Yes.
And that just makes sense.
I love that description he gave.
I already
I
have
love that
one
one.
insomniac agreeing with me.
So, question for the group that I want to spin off of this. How do you play these games? Like, okay, now we know this critical system. You can blow their arm off. You can maim them, and they will surrender. Maybe
We know how she's gonna
so,
play it.
So the choice, like,
Make it as miserable as
Yes.
possible.
Let me take one arm and then feed him that arm while I take off the other arm. Oh, are you surrendering? I can't hear what you're saying.
Too late.
Yeah.
I think he understands me. There are some things that are really exciting about this game, and I cannot wait to try it. So I hope you guys are as excited as I am for this one.
And I can't stress enough, Owlcat Games, they know what they're doing when it comes to CRPGs. Like, they are not to be messed with. They know what they're doing, and I think this is one to keep an eye on for sure.
next up, a few games I would consider
Cowboy.
kind of couch co-op games that I would have fun sitting and
Ooh,
playing
Densha
with
Attack.
people, like at a party
Okay,
or
that's
with
a
my
good one.
family. This is going to be
Densha Attack
Towerborn
is a good
coming
one.
from Stoic and Xbox Game Studios. We have Sprint City from Double Dutch Games. These are the creators of Speedrunner, and Densha Attack coming from Undercoders.
Mate, Susanna, I am struggling. Mate, I had such high hopes for this game. It is so bad.
I would describe this as a brawler meets action RPG. This is an awesome entry into the brawler space as somebody who tends to play a lot of RPGs and MMOs. So I have a lot of brain space and I want to make really cool builds. A little less so in how do I actually dodge and get out of things and find my openings. Early on, I was able to kind of compensate for that by finding nice little gear and little pieces to put together to eventually build my brawler skill set. And I find myself kind of going back and forth as we play test between I'm finding something that's a little difficult here. Well, what can I do with my gear set in order to tweak things? Or is there a different skill that I should pick up for this particular encounter? and then be able to go dive right back in. The player is an ace, which is a deathless defender of humanity, which is currently sequestered away on the Belfry, which is McLaren's background over there. It's a tower that was set up for mysterious purposes, but turned out to be a pretty good haven for
What do you
folks
think they
after
could
the
do to this
fall
game
of
to
their
actually make
stronghold,
it
the City
worth
of
playing?
Numbers. The player is helping humanity as they can, getting refugees to safety, battling the beastkin that have risen and have become incredibly aggressive, while ultimately attempting to find out why did numbers fall and what conspiracy is still brewing there.
We wanted players to experience a brawler type combat inside like a Diablo style RPG gear sort of system. And so we've spent a lot of time over the last 6 months or so taking a ton of feedback from our players to really kind of hone that particular system. So players should be able to come in, pick one of the 4 classes that we have. They'll see a whole new set of skills. They'll find a whole bunch of new equipment. And the idea should be that they should feel like one of several heroes going in and just beating up a bunch of like awesome monsters. We've tried to add new enemies, new lieutenants, some new bosses. I think people.
None of that is going to save the game.
Quite the adventure as they go into the updated version of Towerborn. Stoic has always tried to be player first. When we decided to do early access for Towerborn,
This
a
is
lot
the
of
new
that was
game
born
stream.
out of. We had a vision
New
of
Game Plus
trying
stream. This
to
is it. It's been
evolve
going on
the
for
brawler into something bigger, something
2
that
hours and
hadn't really
45
been
minutes.
done before. You can see other games have taken different
100%
routes.
Leaf.
Some have taken kind of the roguelite route. Some stayed into the traditional. We wanted to kind of expand it to more like the true action RPG. And in order to do that, early access was very, very important to figure out what
You
was
don't
going
want
to
to
work
watch it, man.
and what wasn't. Simultaneously, we didn't want to be caught in
not
early
from the beginning.
access limbo, right? Like,
Watch
I'm
it
sure
from
these
here,
are the kind of things
but
that,
not from
that
beginning.
you would love to talk about. I love to talk about them too. How do you not stay in early access for 7 years? Our intent and purpose was we need to come out of early access solid. And there is a certain point where you just collect everything. Most of the feedback that's coming in either kind of falls into an existing category.
You know what? I
A
can't
lot
even
of
do
people
that
have
to
said
people.
this thing. You know, maybe you might get
I
something
can't
new,
even
but
do
you
that
look
to
at it and you're
people,
like,
man.
yes, it's new, but it's not reaching the, kind of urgency that some of these other things are. We have a good list of things now. This is kind of what the players have told us. We need to really deliver on that. And the best way we can deliver on that is just, put your head down, focus.
Yeah, you guys do that.
And create an experience that I believe is worthy of coming out of early access, that people should look at that and say like, oh, okay, I see why you did it. Absolutely was worth it. I can see a clear night and day difference between what is in live right now and what I am receiving when you go into the 1.0.
One of the big pieces was that folks were big fans of certain pieces of actual gear that you would earn through the game, but there was no cosmetic version of that, and so you had to make the choice of like, do I want to look good or do I want to look a little janky but more powerful? And so we added the ability to be able to create a cosmetic version of the gear that you earn through writs, which are earned through completing adventures.
And so the idea initially with Towerborn was we just want to make a fun beat 'em up with a light story in the background. We weren't really going to lean into kind of the stoic narrative strength that we have. And we just kind of wanted to take a bit of a breather. And we expected, perhaps incorrectly, that the community would see it for what it is and be okay with it. But it turned out a lot of people were like, wait, you have something very interesting in the background here. We actually really want to know what's going on. We really would like something more clearly leading us through. And so we've spent a very significant amount of time and resource to put a narrative from the jump. And so there's an arc now. There's a primary antagonist. You will understand that antagonist. You will confront that antagonist, and there will be resolution.
Maybe that will make it better.
There's probably a
Towerborn, when the full
12
game
to
officially
20-ish
releases
hour
February
story
26th
arc now in
on
the game
Xbox,
that,
PlayStation,
that players
and
can
Switch.
look
Was
forward
that
to and
Steam?
feel like there's a resolution to the Towerborn.
So now that the game is fixed and in a playable state, Jesus, man. Yeah, this one reminds me of Jet Set Radio.
Hello, we're Undercoders, and in the studio based in Barcelona. Recently, we've been focused
I
on
lost
developing
20
3D
views as well.
platformers, but our studio is heavily influenced by
I was
arcade
at
classics,
54.
Japanese
Now I'm at
culture,
34.
and extreme sports games. And Dems Attack is our dream project, a step forward for the studio combining everything we love. In Dems Attack, you'll discover a not-so-distant future Japan in which local railways have been abandoned and are now used by underground gangs to compete in illegal contests of train acrobatics. You'll have to rack up points by chaining tricks, explore huge levels, race against rival crews, and uncover a wild story.
Nah, this one
as you
looks
travel
good,
through
Infinite.
Japan, taking the railways back. We are making a game that is not just about what you do, but how you do it. It's expressive, stylish, and totally up to you. From our first trips in the late 90s, we've been obsessed by traveling across Japan by train and being able to dive into the local culture, getting to know the architecture, the landscapes, the folklore, and we're always captivated by the sheer contrast of their peaceful countryside and the high energy of its huge cities, which somehow feels connected and part of the same cultural rhythm. It's a never-ending source of inspiration that has been
watching me, I
fueling
can
our
tell you that
creative
much.
energy throughout all the years and has now materialized in Denshi Attack. On your adventure, you'll find a variety of challenges to move forward, from trip-pack arenas to compete for high scores to objective-based exploration levels and even racing circuits.
The world is packed with a bunch of unique characters from different gangs and personalities that you will have to face on your journey through Japan. And with every new challenge, you will grow as a Denshi attacker and further add to the chaos. We've handcrafted every stage from the ground up, pulling from real-world locations to make every landscape different but recognizable. You will go really fast, but if you look closely, you'll catch references to every corner of Japanese culture.
You'll be fighting wild boss battles against gang leaders, which will test everything that you've learned. These are always full of surprises. You'll never know what secret technique your rival hides, so you'll have to get creative to overcome them with your train. They're a mix of spectacle, personality, and challenge that one could expect for an anime-style showdown made game. Denshi Attack is a love letter to anime, skate games, and Japan's iconic train system. If you like Jet Set Radio, Tony Hawk, or Denshi to Go, you can't miss this train. Pun intended.
Wishlist now. We can wait to show you more.
I am looking forward to this one. This one I am looking forward to.
Hey, what's
Just,
up?
release it.
Welcome to Denshi Attack. It's the best game in the world.
See you guys.
Hello, we're Undercoders. Hello, hello.
Wishlist now. Wishlist now. We can share. Wishlist now. We can't wait to show you more.
And from there, I think it's all downhill for the next half an hour.
I talked to McLaren and Shayna, and they were awesome and very chatty about their game, and for all good reasons. They were an early access game. It's they want to focus more on the RPG side of things, but technically speaking, looter, brawler, side scroller, like you said, meant to
Kind
be.
of like Castle Crasher.
I'm gonna be right back.
That is definitely the most common comparison they get, but along those lines of couch co-op, you want to play with a buddy or play with whoever's next to you, and they are actually an early access game now going to full release. So this is their big update to justify the full release, but it was already definitely justified. Upon full release, we're looking at 170 plus missions. What they say is probably around 20 plus hours of content, and they also want to focus on these builds, which lead to an ultimate replayability. So there's also a difficulty bar they're going to be adding to all of this. They have a level that is going to be called, I believe, Brutal, And from what I'm being told, it will be extremely difficult, but the game is meant to be replayed plenty with you focusing on what builds you actually want as you play through it all.
There's definitely a huge market for co-op couch gaming right now in a world of like online multiplayer. I feel like that's kind of a lost art. You saw success of games like Split Fiction, stuff like that. So.
For those of you who are lonely without friends, I relate to you. I actually played this game by myself every time I have played it, and I still had a blast.
And for those who haven't checked out the original, with this big update though, also introducing a new biome. You have new bosses. The enemies you fight against have new styles of combat. So they are really introducing a full-fledged game that was already pretty fleshed out to begin with, but they're wanting people to be like, okay, this is technically a new game. So for those who are expected to stumble across this, you are getting a brand new side scroller with so much replayability.
And it's another situation where they took a ton of feedback from early access.
Yes, heavily community focused. Again, we've said it many a times. A lot of these devs know how to listen to feedback because those are their diehards, and they have definitely done that.
Next up, we had Dinch Attack.
I like Train.
I love these.
You tried to steal it from me, but I was taking that.
I love
Who
these guys.
doesn't like trains?
I love these guys.
This is my favorite Japan-inspired game ever.
I had seen this game before, but I didn't really understand what it even was. But now I understand what it is, the inspirations. Like, it makes sense. As weird as it is to say that an acrobatic train game makes sense to me, it makes sense now.
Yeah, because we were talking, what, like Temple?
That is a game for the new generation.
Like,
yes.
Temple Runner X, like TikTok.
Yeah, you
Slack.
see it's under a Joe Rogan clip on TikTok, like to keep people's attention.
But in the best of way, because also I love doing this kind of format because you see a different side of those devs. Like, they went out of their way to send us that stuff, and we get to see a different side of them, and to see and connect to the faces behind it and see their enthusiasm.
They're so fun.
Yeah.
How could they not make a fun game?
Yeah.
It's
I'm
impossible.
back, and they're still talking.
The mecha train thing.
Train
like,
boss
So
is
when I
sick.
heard there's going to be a boss fight
Yeah.
in the train acrobatics
I'm back, and they're still
At
talking.
first
But it
glance,
works.
you're like, what is this? And then you realize you see more of it.
I
Like,
can't
wow,
wait
there's
to
a
know
lot
the
more to this.
storyline.
Exactly. So it seems fun and engaging, and then there's like, oh, there's a story behind this.
And
you're
there's
like,
real
okay.
bosses.
and real inspirations. Like,
So
they,
it's a
they
soul-
show you what has actually inspired them to make this Japanese style game.
Yes, I think.
Lovely. Train out of 10.
Next up in that group, we had Sprint City. That is coming from Double Dutch, which was the creators of Speedrunners, which is another very popular, couch
Well,
game that
thankfully,
people
I-
have played for a very long time. They have Speedrunners 2 already coming
haven't
out.
lost too many
This is a
subs 'cause of
whole
this stream.
different game, but from the same creators.
This looks like
pretty
a
awful.
game that, in a good way, would really piss me off to lose to other people.
It looks like a game that would ruin friendships.
I would.
like it.
It looks like one of those side scrollers that I would fall so far
I
behind
would
where
vent
you can't even
too.
see the others, and it just kind of leaves
I
you.
would
like,
vent
oh, first
too.
jump, and you're like,
Yeah,
I'm gonna get it
Turn the
eventually.
turn the console off.
Get a bigger
Start
TV,
over.
get a bigger TV so I can see where they're at.
To me, Sprint City is the game that you are over
you gonna
at, like,
react
a
to
party.
Harmon's
It's like the Super
request?
Smash Bros. Effect.
Yes.
It's like
That's gonna be a
played
Tuesday thing
round
now.
of Pong or something. And now we want to play a video game together. We're gonna go play this, and people are gonna get pissed. And Jake
We'll
and
do it
Rob are
on
gonna get in a
Tuesday.
fist fight probably. And like,
He doesn't want that.
And who do you think's
Did
gonna
you
win
guys
that
ever
fist
play?
fight?
We already had this
Who do you
debate,
think
right?
would win that? Just look at the size of the feed. Pretty close, aren't? Yeah.
Did you guys ever play Overcooked with your families?
I did not, but I've
Yeah.
watched people and I've seen it ruin relationships. I feel like.
It's the ultimate test of communication. In this case, my understanding is the game is much more competitive, where you're playing against your friends, not really working together. But
Yeah.
these types of games, I just
It's momentum based. It's Sprint City literally, and like speedrunners. And so I feel like it's one of those games that's also probably very satisfying to be good at.
Yeah.
And to be like
once it
But you
clicks,
can't
Yeah.
be too good.
Once you're hitting all the
Yeah,
the
but you
proper
can't be too
places.
good or your friends won't play with you.
Right.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Okay, now we have a set of beautiful games, in my opinion. This is going to be Eternal Life of Goldman from We Appy Studio and THQ Nordic. We have Dust Fade from Weird Beluga and Fireshine, and another Fireshine game with Pugstorm called Core Keeper.
Here you go, Core Keeper. Rip.
What do you mean?
What?
What do you mean he smashed?
What do you think? He fell
dead.
from a great height.
Yeah, but he couldn't have. Did he really die?
I imagine he was crushed to a pulp. Do you think they'll ever find his body?
Mom!
Okay, okay. I was just making sure you were paying attention.
It's good that they're still making these sorts of games. I'm not their target audience for it, but I'm happy that they're making it. The fact that there's a demo, I'll give it a try at least in Feb. So that's something. But it's good that, you know, companies and, you know, developers are still making those games. Goalkeeper. Is that what you was waiting for? I'll check it out, Susanna, since you're so eager for it.
Do you want to die?
Well, you got a new boss battle.
Surprise!
You can't turn back time, my star. It'll be different.
Who's that?
You'll
Leaf?
both be okay.
Death Stranding 2 was phenomenal. After you got past the whole side quests and just ignored them. Death Stranding 2 was my... I think it was one of the few 10 out of 10s I gave this year. Yeah. Dusk Fade.
First, we had Eternal Life of Goldman that we just watched.
But
That
yeah,
trailer.
that was probably my
crazy.
I don't know if it was my first 10 out of 10 this year.
It's like those classic.
It looks so good.
It was one of the
It gives me
first.
also Cuphead too.
Death Stranding 2 was great.
Cuphead, Hollow Knight.
Oh, and the so they've had a previous trailer.
I
that was very
absolutely love that
unsettling,
game.
'cause The narrative,
Yes.
the narration went from like comforting,
Happy, and then it got really
to like
dark.
dark and scary. This one, it was much more.
I miss the
lighter,
murder
harder,
rides.
but like it works. I'm so excited. I think it looks so good.
It's gonna be emotional. It seems like an emotional game.
Yes.
That like people are gonna get tied to. Like you said, Hollow Knight. What was it?
Don't get me wrong, it does have problems.
Sort of,
Yes.
maybe a little bit. I mean, game
I
of
think the
year.
materials
Whoa,
required
whoa,
to
whoa.
build the
As people
roads
like
and
to
stuff
say
are
about
way
any
too
game.
much.
Yeah, they have a free demo
Side quests
launching in
are
February,
annoying and
actually, so
aren't
people can actually
rewarding
try
enough.
it.
I love the narration.
But the
and
core
I can't wait
story,
to
if you just
see
play through the
more behind
MSQ,
Like we touched on, I think it's one of
phenomenal.
those games that people will play because it's like a challenging platformer, side-scrolling type game, and then you're going to be sobbing by the end of it.
Yeah,
So
it just
get that
seems
vibe.
very like they tell you just enough to pique your interest. They don't tell you much in the trailer,
And then they're going to emotionally destroy.
Yeah, and it seems
you.
very dark, and you're like, well, why?
And hopefully set you up perfect for a sequel.
Yeah, oh, you never know.
Hand painted as well, hand drawn.
I don't even know how you do that though. Like, how do you hand draw a game? That's crazy.
See, hopefully next year we have
It is,
people
Susanna.
more talented than us. This is why we're sitting
Everything
here.
I
and
wanted
actually,
in that
where
game
the
was
frames
there.
at? What do you?
That's one of the games that would be really cool to go do a dive on in the studio. Like I want to
Just to see, I want to see what
Call
how you did
us.
this.
We want to come and see.
We'll go.
We will fly there. I promise.
Next up, then we had Core Keeper, a game that you two especially are very familiar with. We have an update coming where
I think
we're
the
going
two
to be
that
able
are
to
really
have a massive
annoying
update,
in this
with the Northern Biome on January
is
28th.
the guy
There's
to
a new
his
boss, there's
left
next gen weapons and armor,
Flamethrower.
and the
new
girl
stuff.
to his
Yeah,
right.
yeah. I play
They're the
this
most annoying.
a lot with my wife. It's just like one of our couple games.
This guy,
and
I don't know
love
who
it,
he
and so
is.
seeing new content is
He's
crazy.
really annoying and
I
irritating.
played it a lot.
And
by
she's
myself.
literally 100%
I
fake.
started playing it, and suddenly I had over 100 hours in this game.
I think
wish
if
I
they
could show
removed
off my
those
things.
two,
Yeah, I thought I was doing well. I mentioned it
maybe
to
the
Lua that we
conversations would have actually been a little better.
pretty good about where it was. It's like,
But
"Got
those
100
two are
hours, and I
so
did this
fake
and this." I'm like,
and so
okay, I'll
kind
just
of
leave.
It's a
over
great game. I had a lot of
exaggerated.
fun. It's one of these games you
literally
start and
ruined
suddenly
the entire
you spend a week
sympathy.
playing
Oh, you
it.
will lose yourself.
There is no
The other night,
chemistry
we stayed
there.
up till 1 a.m.
There is
playing
no
it when we
cohesiveness.
meant to play till
They've
11.
literally
It's
just plunged in five
good.
people who
yeah,
do
it's
not
just one more
gel
run
at
through the
all.
mines. I'll be right back.
How would you like
And
define this game?
They're
to
either
someone who hasn't
circle
seen it?
jerking, agreeing
I
with
mean, I
each
would
other, or
say
just
it's
trying to be
Stardew
as
Valley,
fake as
Kind of
humanly
Terraria, but
possible.
it's like
This
procedurally
is
generated up to 8
a
player
really bad
co-op, so you can
showcase.
play with all of your friends, unless you have way more friends than me.
Oh, it would,
and
but it
it's-
wouldn't be
it's
as bad.
just- Every run is going to be different because it's all based on seeds, so you can have different save files for different friends and pairings. It's really, really cool.
You can actually use your same character in different save files. So if you're playing by yourself or in your friend's server, you can use the same character, or you can make a new character for their server. So it's kind of like you can visit their home.
And boss fights. I forgot about that.
Oh, the boss fights are so
Stardew Valley, more combat focused, but also co-op and boss fights.
So different boss fights have different mechanics. The boss system in this game is actually excellent. I have killed, I think, all of the bosses on the game as of right now, so I can't wait for the update. For the new stuff.
For a new one.
Then finally in that section we had Dusk Fade from Weird Beluga and
That's the
Fireshine.
one right there. That's the one.
They say it is a love letter to the golden era
Just
of
thank your
3D
horses,
action
Diablo, that you
platforming
wasn't
like
here
Jack
from the
and
beginning.
Daxter and Ratchet
That's
and Clank.
exactly that whole era, like the PS1, that is PS2 era. That's what was screaming at me.
Yeah, Ratchet and Clank.
Yeah, and then there's boss fights with dodge rolls and health bars, so therefore it is a Souls-like.
And we saw so many different environments too.
Well, you know, like some games, you see the gameplay, and
She's
you're
about
just.
to lose her mind.
Well, I was gonna say, like, you see some gameplay, and you just like, you know, it's gonna feel good. in the
Yeah, you can
hand.
tell by watching somebody else play that feels so.
Yeah,
There's so
some-
much dopamine being
And then you
released, like-
actually play it and you get destroyed.
Yeah, and you're like,
Just so you
not
guys
bad.
know,
Okay.
I will not be redoing this
It
next year.
looks very, very
You guys are on
It's,
your
like,
own for next year.
cute. It looks like a fun game, like you would let your kids play as well.
That's even
It's like
pending
a
if I'll
good
even be here next
combination
year.
of all that. You even saw like a little bit of Kingdom Hearts there, a little bit.
Yeah,
Yes,
definitely a
I
good
can
mix.
see that.
And he's grabbing
Yeah, the sword.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When the devs describe a game as a love letter to a certain genre or to other games and are not afraid to embrace that,
That's a good sign.
It's
I
a
get
level. It's a
very
level
excited.
to be able to say that there has to be some level of confidence there. Like I know what I have
And
there,
respect,
so I
yeah.
can call it a love letter because I know when they see it, they're going to feel the same way.
It's good. That's well said.
Next up, we have Shadow of the Road coming from Owlcat as well, with another
You don't
Able
have
Games being
Starfield,
dev.
but you have
There is
Starfinder.
Starfinder from Epic Tellers, as well as Gallipoli from Black Mill Games.
Citizens of Nippon, a new dawn rises upon your land. Through progress and technology, we bring prosperity to all. Your
That's
nation
because
ripples with
Jason Schreier called it a PlayStation
But our
exclusive.
technology will protect your peace.
Basically, what Jason was referring to is marketing rights. It looks like Sony has it. So Sony's going to do everything in their power to make everyone believe that it's only available on PlayStation. Just like they did with Hogwarts Legacy with their scummy advertising.
For peace. For progress. For the Empire.
Because with Hogwarts Legacy on their posters, they actually had only on PlayStation. So people didn't even know that it was available on Xbox.
This is Ricard Pillosu, and I am the co-founder at Epic Terrors Entertainment. I'm here to tell you about our first game, Starfinder Afterlight, licensed from Paizo.
And they got away with it because
core,
directly
Afterlight
underneath
is
it
a
was showing
RPG in a universe that mixes technology and magic.
extra mission that they were getting, and that's what it was referring to.
By movies like
But it was very misleading on the
or
poster.
shows like Firefly.
Now on Kickstarter. Okay.
While in the game you will create your own character, in the demo you play as one of the companions, Sterling.
So you give orders? Naughty.
Oh, it's point and click. You've already lost me.
Thanks to the success of our Kickstarter, our game will have full voiceover. The dialogue system is the main way to introduce the player to the lore of the world.
It's a Kickstarter game, Susanna.
If you have the sudden weird feeling of
Yeah,
being
same.
naked,
Mist was amazing, Io.
her gaze is like an
What a
X-ray
phenomenal game that
machine.
used to be.
By the looks on her face, she either thinks you're a joke or it's her favorite song playing.
That was our narrator, Roger Clark, known from the Red Dead Redemption series, giving the right space western feeling we're looking for in the game.
Yeah, sorry to ruin happy hour for you, but I have bad news about the big one and the runt. Don't worry. I promise not to say I told you so.
Luke here is referring to Tycho and Cole, our friends, that after a heist gone wrong,
Honestly,
should
I
meet
never
us
saw
here.
the hype for
Lou seems
Baldur's
to
Gate
know
3.
something about them.
I don't understand why
If
it
you
was
push
so
Lou
loved.
about the information she's skipping, she's going to be annoyed, and that will lower your approval with her and limit your potential romance options.
It's Arthur Morgan?
Hold on, hotshot. I own the info. I choose how to deliver it. All right. They were ambushed at Secubot offices. They knew they were coming, so now the odd couple needs our help. Happy now?
We start the combat right away. The security robots are looking for us and are waiting.
I just don't see the appeal to it. I don't understand why people went that crazy over the game. Is it because you could have sex with a bear? Or the fact that you could walk into a building where pigs are having sex?
With 3 actions per turn.
I mean, those were the only 2 things I
You
ever
already
heard about
starts
the
in a
game.
very good
I never
place.
heard
She's a
anything else.
support character, so it's better for
No
her
matter
to
who I
start
spoke to was like, you could have sex
She
with a bear.
will
And I'm
use
like,
the
okay.
ability to get them.
Good for you.
Give a bonus to Sterling when he attacks a specific character, and then shoot again.
Talk about outing
For
yourself.
Sterling, what makes more sense is to close our
Bestiality,
distance and use
right?
our energy weapon. For combat, we decided
boring.
to stay away from a grid-based system that gave the feeling of a tabletop simulator.
Time for my close-up.
This is it. The team is in full production to release the first 10 hours in early access for summer next year. We cannot wait to show you more. Thanks for watching.
What do you mean, Aya?
Gallipoli is a hardcore multiplayer first-person shooter set in the Middle Eastern theater of World War I. It features authentic weapons, locations, and factions that you play with 50-player servers. How we approach it is we have a unique blend of arcade where we don't compromise on is picking the locations. Those are always the actual battles. The weapons.
I thought
the ones
people
that
would have
are
learned
actually
that
used
people
and,
didn't enjoy
uniforms
World
that
War
are,
One after
as
Battlefield
accurate
5.
as possible and plausibly used. It sets us apart there. We go quite deep on the history, but then again, we're more accessible than
I
say
see.
some of the military simulators.
Friendly fire was the
it's easy
thing.
to jump into. Game is a bit more approachable. So in that way, it sets it apart from another subgenre in the shooters as well. If you wield one of the rifles in the game, the bolt action rifles, you expect it to be one shot, one kill. The rest of the game is built around that premise. So yes, rifles are one shot kill, but then again, it must not be the case that somebody goes around the corner and kills the entire team in 1 second. So especially in multiplayer, the fairness concept must be adhered to. So everything is built sort of around making sure that the game feels fair. So there's a balance between in the gunplay that needs to happen, as well as in the way we handle spawning and how quick you are back into the battle. You're very quick to be in combat here. There's other quirky weapons that are part of the arsenals, but these are accurate. They were used. We don't do experimental weapons. We try to stay as accurate as possible when we model them. The locations we picked. Using some geodata, a lot of investigation on images, trying to puzzle together how it looked like when when the battle took place. When you're under fire, you have a difficulty reloading your weapon, for instance, and that's custom animations to it. So it's quite elaborate. Not a
That's
lot of
a
games,
really old game,
if
right?
at all,
If I'm not
do this,
mistaken.
where it's really dynamic based on what happens and still fair in the way that the rules are predictable. It's not a random jamming system. It's really dependent on what the player does. One of the cooler things is that you can now build stuff together. Part of the game mode will be
I
that
think this
you
might be
will
it.
construct objectives and machine guns.
They're ending it on this.
And other things together. It's kind of like our evolution of the game mode we had in
Unless there's
East
gonna be a
also,
one more
taken
thing.
Taken to 11, where it's really, you fight over a certain area. Once it's captured, you have to construct things together and then to consolidate your position, to secure it.
Guys, first we looked at Shadow of the Road there. Story tactical driven RPG in Japan, but also some like supernatural stuff going on.
Okay, so I actually played the demo for this game and it was super fun. It felt kind of like XCOM meets like Samurai, but there were like very unique twists. The final fight in the demo is actually really sick. I hope you enjoy it. There was like cool mechanics and I don't know, give the demo a go and fun stuff. If you like the kind of like XCOM, tactical, maybe even a little bit of like the Baldur's Gate type, definitely check it out.
There's a late 2026 release for this game. I would say, to me, someone who doesn't play these types of games, I just think the storyline, or not the storyline, like the environment is cool. It's Japan with supernatural elements. Like you saw that big robot walking around.
No, I'm thinking of a different series.
Now, is like
not the Amnesia Bunker series.
settings and combining it with sci-fi. That's really cool.
I'm not sure I would say it's sci-fi, but I would say like mythology. It's just some really sick stuff. There is a lot of exploration, and the exploration is actually quite cool. You can like change things in the world.
Then we had Starfinder coming from Epic Tellers.
The
That's
one
going to be
I
in
was
early
thinking was,
access in 2026 as of right now, and the demo
More
is actually going to be
2D-ish.
available soon during Steam Next Fest. So when this airs, that will be a month away.
So I actually got to talk with the devs. They were very happy that the Kickstarter was doing so well. They also got a very good team in the voice acting team, and the game seems super exciting. I can't wait to hear more about it.
I mean, being built off of Pathfinder, I think you said 2nd edition.
Yes.
You know, there's going to be a lot of depth and complexity when it comes to combat too. So, I mean, I can see why people are excited. I can just certainly see.
But to me, what I can already appreciate looking at it is, okay, you guys obviously paid a lot of attention to your art style, being kind of like the persona vibes of the pop-ups. I think is really cool. And as we know, the voice acting as well. I think they have a couple of notable names.
Sombra from Overwatch.
Yeah, so they put a lot of detail into those, which I can appreciate, even as someone who doesn't.
And funnily enough, this character that I mentioned, that's this larvae with this grub-like character with a grub, is actually voiced by the same VA as Asteria. So,
oh goodness.
Breach is also voice acted by Neil Bone, and he's also the director of the voice acting in this game.
That's crazy.
Then we had World War I Gallipoli as our final one. Jake got to do another interview here with someone who
the anniversary update about is landing at the same time as the PS5 release.
Yeah, it was awesome to talk to Josh.
Maybe I'll go back to the game on the anniversary.
Pronunciation lesson, because luckily I got his name right, and I didn't get the name of the game right, because being from Iowa, I said Gallipoli, and it is pronounced Gallipoli. Long story short, Gallipoli is covering the Ottoman front, the Eastern front throughout all
makes
this.
sense that
And
they
what
did,
you'll
yeah.
find with Black Mill Games is they always have realistic weaponry for the side they're covering, and for the time being World War I.
And they've
they
just
don't miss
cut
that
it
here.
into segments for
Uniforms,
each
there's
category.
so much attention to detail, and they even have some unique gameplay systems like the suppression system, where
Coolest thing.
it's basically like when the fire's coming in, like you'll start to struggle reloading and stuff.
I don't think I've ever seen, like, I'm sure, I don't know if it's been done or not, but I can't recall another game that's done that.
But it's so clever because, of course, you'd struggle reloading when bullets are whizzing
What
by.
that does for your level of immersion is,
And just
here in the UK,
to
this one
remind
went
you guys,
down ages ago.
This game, I think they do have a PvP focus, but they're
We're
also
looking
working
forward
on
to the
a
sun
single
going
player
up.
campaign.
Yeah, they
And
want to
this
do it
isn't
justice
live.
of telling stories of actual
This is
battles
a
that did take place.
pre-recorded
And they're
thing.
going to continue this string. Like, they're going to continue. I even asked him, like, what do you progress forward on as a studio? Like, he's like, well, we got a lot to do still for World War I. It was a big war, and it lasted a long time. And so they're not even done here. And luckily, they have found themselves a diehard audience that wants to see this story told battle to battle, all encompassing the same war.
Well, and it's such a fascinating way to be able to preserve that piece of history.
Yeah.
Exactly. Like in an interactive way where people can kind of go boots on the ground and see what it was like in of course, a gamified version, but I think it helps educate a whole new generation on something that would otherwise kind of
Why?
support.
Because Battlefield 5 didn't do that?
Okay, now our final section we have here, a very exciting, a very cool one, if I had to say and use the word I haven't used so far. For the first time, a very cool section here. First up, we have Where Winds Meet, a game that obviously is already out.
I love it.
But we are getting a brand new boss coming to the Western version of
I think
the
they
game.
should just remove the
Dino
girl
Blade,
entirely.
coming from
She's
Team
annoying.
Spino. Incredible looking game. And we also have exclusive interview content with Crimson Desert.
Hey, Grok, remove the annoying presenters. Actually, you'll probably remove all of them.
Does the moon over the south still shine bright?
Was this game released? I have. I played the beta. I never played the retail, but the beta I played was pretty much the finished product. It's free to play, but was this ever released on consoles? By the way, this is a game where they have a microtransaction item that you can buy of $50,000. And it's already been purchased multiple times. PS5 only? Yeah, I don't know why Microsoft is intent on missing out on these like these, you know, these sorts of games, whether they're gacha or not. From what anyone that's played it tells me, and I know a number of people who are playing this quite a lot at the moment, they're absolutely loving the game. So yeah, they're really, really enjoying the game. A lot of the boss battles are pretty challenging as well. This is just a tutorial, it seems like. I mean, PlayStation is an American game company, so it'd be the same as what PlayStation has. Don't forget, PlayStation now is run by the US. Their offices are in, actually, I'm not sure which part of the US they're in, but I know that they're in the US. I mean, you can go with your co-op friends and bounce about. Yeah, MSI have showed a number of 5090 GPUs. One of them was requiring a 1600 watt PSU. And I've already got a 1200 watt. I'm not getting another power supply just for a graphics card. But hey, if you're going to get that 5090 2500 watt GPU, just send me our 6000 series and we'll call it a day. Yeah, I've never understood why the US hates Microsoft. That part I've never understood that. It's about to end, so you caught the ending. So basically, they looked at the crab game and said, right, how can we better the crab game? Let's make the lizard game. You'll enjoy it, Steve. You just need to get a new power supply for it, but, you know, you'll be all right. I have struggled.
Based on the trailers and based on a bunch of things that I've seen about this game, you can clearly slay dragons. Is that true?
There are dragons in the game.
Jesse,
and you
I don't
fight them.
see
We
why
haven't
people
revealed just yet whether or not you
even
can
look at
actually
that
slay
stuff
them.
anymore.
But you can fight them, you can
It's
fly
just
them.
rage baiting on social media.
I'm sorry to the Lua fans, but at this point, we're not confirming whether or not there's dragon relations.
Could you speak a little bit to how big this game is?
People are
We've been
just
seeing some
stupid.
news out there with some specific
Microsoft has
numbers
already
floating
announced
around
that
about how big
there's
the
no
map
red
is.
tape.
I don't think numbers really do it
They
justice
put
because
Halo.
how big is
Like,
that in
what
terms
were
of scope and
people
scale?
expecting?
But what we can say is the world's at least twice as big as the open world and playable area of Skyrim. It's larger than the map of a Red Dead Redemption 2. Open world
mean,
games are about doing things, having
Your
activities,
one died for
having
no reason.
distractions. So we
Maybe the
wanted to
one you sent
create
me
a
won't die for
world
no
that's
reason.
not only passive, but is also
I'm willing to
incredibly
take that
interactive.
chance.
Obviously, you and your community, Lua, care a lot about
Bullets is
romance
too.
systems. This is not that type of game in terms of RPG elements and decision making. What it is, though, is you choose the type of character that you want to play as in terms of your progression within the systems in the game. And then
Oh,
through
yeah, they will,
basically
Jesse.
headcanon, you're having this very different experience than other players because of the scope and scale of the game. You'll be distracted by something, you'll go on this quest line, you'll have an experience that'll be radically different than someone else, even though they're playing the same game. The guiding principle for the game is
I do
around
feel like the
empowering
way
player
Microsoft
and not
handles it,
forcing
Jesse,
them into
is
specific choices.
unacceptable. Like,
There's a
it's
lot of
out of
time
order.
between
I
now
think
and
it's
launch,
really
in
horrible
March
for
us to be able to
you know,
elaborate on those systems, show
people who
if they have
played it
say
day
I have
one,
an hour to jump
whether
in and
they
play this
purchased
game
it or through Game Pass is
after work,
irrelevant.
what is my experience going to look
You know, when they turn around
so
and
we've
say,
done
right,
a little bit of showing
this
when
is the
you're not in
anniversary
combat,
update, it's the
how
perfect
you're
version
taking
to play of
advantage,
the
interacting
game.
with the world, harvesting resource
You know,
gathering them
it doesn't
for
feel
the whole
nice.
crafting system that we have
It
in the
doesn't
game,
feel good.
for equipment as well as
You can build your
They're
house
basically
apparently.
treating
there is a house.
PC
The
gamers
world
and
is made
Xbox
to be
gamers
interactive,
as
and
glorified
that's
beta
also how you
testers.
learn about the world.
And I just
so
think that's,
by talking to NPCs,
you know,
by picking up
that
chickens,
doesn't sit well with
then
me.
you've learned and your codex will have been updated about the chicken.
What about things that go beyond like fighting? Is there like puzzles? Is there like different types of quests?
That's a great question. One of the things that we showcased,
But that's my
we
only
had a
issue
team
with it.
over to Korea to do a deep dive kind of behind the scenes last September. They came out and we showed them a glimpse of a bunch of different systems. One of the systems that we showed them was
Otherwise,
in
whatever,
what we
man.
call the aerial abyss. It's those sky islands that you see there.
It's not like
That's
I'm paying for the game's
That's a
full price.
very important, pivotal part in the story and quest and mystery surrounding the world. In those sky islands, there are puzzles. They all have a different vibe, if you will, and then treasures and rewards for completing them.
When can people get the game? Where can they get it? What does that look like for you guys?
The game comes out
I mean,
on March 19th.
I understand, Steve. You're willing
across
to accept
basically every
slot.
platform.
Not
It'll be
everyone is
available
willing
on
to,
consoles, on PS5,
you
as
know,
well as Xbox
be
Series X
happy
and
with
S,
that sort of thing.
PC,
You know, maybe your
as well as
stats
natively
lower
on
than
Mac.
everyone else, but you know, other people do have a bit of.
First, let's start with
do demand better.
Where Wins Me. Well, since the game came out, I have played basically every day that game since it came out. I really like it. I love how many we just did get new footage of a boss fight, but the game is goes way beyond this. You can play it single
don't know
player. You can
Raccoon
do
in the
everything
desert.
by yourself.
It's a
You
game
can play with
kind of,
friends. You can have a guild.
you know,
The game is
kind of
mind blowing,
appeal-
especially because it's
doesn't
free.
appeal.
It's not pay to win. Everything in their story is
It's basically
cosmetic.
a
So
single
Where Wins
player
Me is
version
such a
of Black
crazy game
Desert.
because for one, it's free.
Yeah.
Which is wild. It's monetized exclusively through cosmetics. So they've even said we will never monetize power within the game, which I think is the way it should be.
Yeah.
But they also want to it has kind of two sides to it, where it does have the single player adventure side, because you can play by yourself. You can play co-op, going through the new boss fight together with your friends. And then there's also a side of it which is heavily inspired by classical MMOs, where a player does something bad, they get put in the back of a cart and everybody comes in and throws tomatoes at them.
I feel like it's a modern MMO that actually knows the audience. We love seeing those kind of things. And those are the kind of things that also appeal to, it doesn't matter Eastern or Western, but those are the kind of things that people are going to talk about.
This game is shocking on how much depth it has.
There really is nothing like it.
God, the game is beautiful.
It's
There
absolutely
is nothing like it.
crazy.
Yeah, Black Desert
and every
exists.
boss fight is different and visually pretty stunning, I would say.
Speaking of, we watched the boss fight, the Master's Message. It seems like it's based on, obviously, you're reading the Master's Message. You have to fight a different version of this ink boss. While we were watching it, you, Rob, specifically, were like you haven't played this game, but you're watching it and you're thinking, wow, maybe I should play this.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Why? What looks good?
It
about
looks so satisfying. There's something about, you know how it is when you're fighting a boss and it's the movement's almost fluid, and you're almost like in rhythm with the boss and their moveset. That's what makes games like that are boss centric so satisfying to play. There's something about mastering a boss's moveset.
Yeah. Well, I think a lot of people like the combat in this game. Like all that stuff you said, very true and very expansive. And then the flip side is
the combat is also really good.
Yeah, it looks very good. I think that's like what Luke was talking about. It's just the fact that it's free to play. Even myself,
you have to
before it was released. So like,
when you go and fight enemies, you have to kill them 10 times.
There's got to because
and then you get a random roll
of our industry,
on a grade
so
of the enemies. And if it's not high enough,
comes out. You're like,
you have to go back to town.
Not what I expected, but this seems to be like
go
a
to
really,
an
really
NPC
quality
to
game.
give you
Then we also
amnesia.
saw,
Literally, this is how it works. And then you go back out to that same enemies, kill 10 of them again.
Obviously, fighting as a dinosaur with a sword. The demo is available on Steam right now for PC. It's about an hour-long demo, so play it if you want.
I don't know if they've changed that.
We got to see a new
I last
dinosaur
played
in
it,
that trailer that has
but
never been
that
seen
whole
before.
mechanic just put me off the entire game.
Still in 2026, so sometime next year. No specific date right now. I'm kicking it to Rob first.
Dinosaurs.
Like that's probably one of the worst mechanics I've ever seen in a video game.
Dude, like just watching the trailer, like I could feel my testosterone rising.
Like character design,
max went up like 20
character
pounds
creator,
because
world,
the music and everything.
It looks phenomenal.
Dude, the Linkin Park montages are gonna be great.
The cosmetics out of this world.
Weird.
It's
but
ridiculous.
So good.
Like
the core mechanics of the game.
Highly anticipated, I think, across the board, just because it's like so fun.
Am I
It's
dropping
such a
frames?
gamer game.
I don't know.
Dinosaur of swords. Like, you can't really beat that.
I shouldn't be.
Then to end things off, we have Crimson Desert, a game
Another crazy good.
everyone familiar with. I would say it's been marketed for a very long time. People know
Stream
it's
health?
coming. It's
Nope.
coming from Pearl Abyss.
Stream health is excellent.
Which is Black Desert as
No
well.
frames
The
are
entire
dropping.
game is built on their proprietary engine, which it was fascinating to hear how they've broken it down, because like, you see Crimson Desert and so many things about it look too good to be true. They look crazy. They have hundreds of enemies on screen. They have all of this physics simulation. They have crazy stuff where like they have sky islands. You can
Thank you
jump
so
down
much for
from
all
straight down to
the
the
memberships
surface.
and
Like,
the super
Can I
chats.
just like just to explain in the physics simulation that he's
I
talking
appreciate
about?
it.
So, for example, if you have like a siege weapon and you throw a bolt at a house, you can actually see the destruction starting from where the bolt hit and everything else falling down, falling through it.
Well, and people see that, and from our frame of like, you know, standard open worlds in Unreal Engine 5 or something, not that that's a bad engine or anything, but like we see that and we assume, okay, it's going to run terribly. Okay, it's going to have frame drops or it's going to stutter. Okay, this.
Yeah,
or that.
I'm not
But this is an
streaming this
engine that they have built
through
from the
OBS.
ground up with
This
this
is being
game
streamed
basically in
directly
mind.
through.
And it's just absolutely crazy because
StreamYard.
we've had the chance to play it, and that just is what the game is. It's ridiculous and crazy. And what's even crazier is that Will even shared with us some very special information that we are breaking here for the first time.
The size of the game is 2
times
Skyrim.
We didn't even rehearse that.
No, that just happened.
It's twice the size of Skyrim. It's actually bigger than the entire map of Red Dead Redemption 2.
Which is crazy.
Which I love that Will follows up by saying size doesn't matter, but in our game, it kind of does.
But like, we're bigger. It's crazy.
Well, I saw from the first gameplay clip that you could ride a dragon and a bear. Like, quite honestly, I don't know how my body's gonna keep up with this level of testosterone. Between that,
It is not the first game. It is not
if
the
there was a
first
dinosaur
game.
to ride, we'd be in trouble.
Next year for the next show, and you're just gonna walk around.
There ain't gonna be a
It's not
next
the
year.
first game that you can ride a bear.
Huh?
Huh?
What'd you say? Not the first game you could ride a bear. It might be true, but
different kind of ride.
Baldur's Gate 3 right
But also, when you drop a line like that, you mentioned confidence. Like, you don't drop a line like that without knowing that you are confident in your game.
They are
you
putting
mentioned that for a
themselves
reason.
in the same bucket as Skyrim and Red Dead 2, and I think that tells you all you need to know about their confidence level of where they're at.
Coming March 19th.
Coming March 19th.
Let's go. Thank you, those of you who stayed with us from beginning to end. We really appreciate you. This has been a blast to work with on the background. Those guys have been amazing.
I think there's a thank you in a few different directions we would all probably feel. One, obviously for like myself, thank the team, production team as well. I think this is awesome.
Nah, I think this is
Very
pretty
cool
much
that
the first
you
and
guys
last
were
that
all
they're
down
ever
to
gonna
try to
have.
do this. It's like a new thing. Also, thank you to the audience, right? Like whoever is watching this and trying to engage in something new, it does mean a lot to us and the developers.
Thank you so much to the devs for taking us
Yeah,
seriously.
they went from 12,000
being
down to
excited to share
4,000
with
people
us
watching.
what you have shared, to talk with us.
Our goal was to really try to lower the barrier for a lot of developers to be able to showcase their games, even if they don't have a crazy marketing budget or they don't have some big publisher that can, brute force it. And I mean, the crazy amounts of talent that we
Worst
saw
final
put on display
showcase
today is wild.
on
And I
TGA.
think we're all very humbled that we had the chance to check it out and share it with you.
Thank you for having us.
Great
It's also
show.
something that we can look forward
Don't,
to a
again,
little bit. Where
please.
we did this in a pretty small time frame, I would say.
Yeah, you guys have no idea. Yeah, we started talking like 3 or 4 months ago.
And a lot of people that we spoke to, publishers and devs, again, thank you again, because they worked very hard to get this stuff to us.
They liked the
and
chit.
out and participate in it. And a lot of people we talked to that didn't participate because they had other plans. It's like, well, we didn't know about this. But hopefully for the next one, we can plan more in advance and people can be a part of it and like, hey, let's go travel to people, right?
Let's
and do
feature
interviews
next
in
time,
person.
please.
Let's go.
Yeah, we want to grow on this. We want to do it better, but we got to get the first one out there. I can't even stress the amount of times we brought up a game. I was like, oh my gosh, I had no idea that game existed until you explained it to me, and now I'm interested in that game and the team behind it. Like that's the beauty of this show. Like that was our ultimate goal. We want to expose you guys to games you either did or did not know about. And then it also give you guys a different show of like, this is the team behind it and the personalities you can attach yourself to for the future of these games.
It was great putting faces to these developers as well because this industry is naturally very critical of developers, but I think sometimes we forget that those are real people
left,
that
you
pour
can
their
take
heart
his
into video
place
games
for
are
a
hard.
free
They love
graphics
it.
card
They
for
love
free.
what they're doing, and I think that's awesome.
Well, to all of you guys out there, this has been the first ever edition of New Game Plus. It has been an absolute honor for all of us to come together and hopefully much more coming in the future. We all love, at the very core, we love freaking video games, and we got to show you guys so much today and hopefully more in the future. It's been an absolute pleasure, and here's to that future.
So much more coming.
Cheers.
Cheers.
I don't have any.
Cheers.
Nothing left after 3 hours.
And that's it. It's done. Well, I hope you guys really enjoyed this. I hope you enjoyed this painstakingly long 4.5 hour stream. It was a nightmare. Hey, the EXO events Microsoft used to do have nothing on this. But folks, I'm going to call it a night there. I'm out. Thanks so much for sticking around to the end of the stream. I'm probably going to be around tomorrow at some point, probably during the day, doing a bit of streaming on some Anthem and some Parasite Mutant and stuff. So hopefully I'll see some of you there. But otherwise, peace out, folks. I'll see you next time. I'm out. No one should be. Don't rewatch it, so don't do that to yourself. Have a good night, folks. Thanks for sticking around.